Hey everybody, have you heard about the Drunken Peasants Patreon? It helps support the show while getting you some cool perks. Check it out! For $1 per month, you get to use our exclusive fan chat that appears at the bottom of the screen on every episode. For $5 per month, you get 2 new private shows, including Actual Mania, as well as our back catalog of private shows, plus all lower tier perks. For $10 per month, you get all of our monthly video content. This includes multiple post shows, our monthly reviews, our back catalog of all that content, plus all lower tier perks. For $15 per month, your name will appear in the ending credits of each DP episode, plus all lower tier perks. For $25 per month, you get to take part in our monthly booking committee hangout to help us book our Patreon content for that month, plus all lower tier perks. For $33 per month, you get an exclusive piece of DP merch each month, plus all lower tier perks. For $50 per month, you appear in the opening credits for each DP episode, plus all lower tier perks. For $100 per month, you get to join us as a guest on an episode of the Drunken Peasants podcast. Plus, you guessed it, all lower tier perks. Visit patreon.com/DP now to become a patron of the Drunken Peasants podcast.
In the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants podcast.
I gotta get rid of this. No!
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That's true. Sometimes I cry.
Oh!
Lick my butthole, he laughed.
From the strangest corners of the internet, here to bring you opinions of the world from an altered perspective. Here are your hosts, the Drunken Peasants.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Drunken Peasants podcast. It's a Saturday bonus show. This is episode 1267. And we're live again. Having a wonderful time. We're back again. Welcome back, everybody.
Yeah.
Please like the stream. Don't forget to like the stream. It's very important. Also, I'm about to pin to the chat our goal that we're trying to reach before the end of tonight's stream. I did a few extra streams this week to get us a little closer to it because we had a pretty rough Tuesday and Thursday. So now we got the goal sitting there at 422, so we're at 52.75%, which is a good place to be. We've been further away before and made the goal, so feel free to chuck in a couple bucks whenever you get the chance to keep this tip train rolling. Thank you, everybody.
Sprinkle us with your undying love and admiration.
Eternal undying love. That's one of Brett Keen's books, Eternal Undying Love. It is.
Have you ever read any of it?
Yeah, I have print copies of a few of his books. There's no paragraphs. It's all just like one unending string of words.
So he has multiple books and as many sentences?
He has a lot of books, and a lot of the reviews of his books are him. Like if you read a positive review of his book, chances are it's him on a sock account reviewing the book.
Good book situation.
Yep. Totally not Brett Keen. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah. So thanks to everyone who's helped us get this far with the donos. Feel free to throw in a few more when you get a chance. Like the stream. Also, quick reminder before the end of this month, this is the sticker for the $33 perk on Patreon. Any point between now and the end of this month, if you sign up, I'll send you one of these stickers. I'll let you choose if you want the black or the white one. And then all of our $50 plus patrons, I'm experimenting with sending out shirts, and the same deal goes for the shirts. If you want a white one or a black one, I will send them to you.
Week, that's what's up, tubes.
That's what's up, tubes. King Beard X is in the chat. You guys might know him better as Pimp Monk. How you doing, King Beard X?
Yeah, we need to bring him back on again. A lot of times when Pimp Monk can't come on, it's because there's some sort of equipment that broke, like the webcam broke or the microphone broke, and it's usually like because a dog chewed it up or something. So I don't know. Last time I talked to him, I think he said his camera was broke or something. I hope it wasn't a dog that chewed it up.
I get all types of people who don't know anything about Drunken Peasants or anything. They'll send me memes, and they'll send me memes of Pimp Monk. And I'm like,
and you're like, I know that guy.
Come on, that's my boy Pimp Monk. You can't just send me Pimp Monk stuff. You can't send me King Beard X and not know about it. You gotta know about it.
Gotta know about it.
But they still send it even if they don't know the history. I said, he wasn't always just King Beard X. He's got a story.
Yeah, you don't know the lore.
You don't know the lore. You don't know the history.
Yep.
He's got... he's got 3 testicles. What?
It's like, how do you know that?
Let me tell you all about his balls.
Yeah. So we're going to check out a weird internet feud on tonight's antagonism. So we'll play the intro and we'll start that now. Wow.
Smoking a cigar.
Smoking a cigar. That was Justin Buckner for $20. Smoking a cigar.
Don't touch me. TP, are they going to touch me?
Been a while, fellers. Here's a fin. XOXOXXX Tentacion.
That's Frank and Pinky.
Frank and Pinky.
$5 from Frank and Pinky. Thank you so much.
Cigar fire.
Getting close. All right, so after the Boogie documentary came out, we didn't watch the Boogie documentary, but we watched JF's review of it, basically. And he played a few clips.
Gushing over it. He loved it.
The documentary, in my opinion, is unflattering to Boogie. I don't know if it was done that way by design or if that's just the way it turned out. But it is.
I know Boogie very well. He's a great friend of mine. He's also a narcissist and a psychopath. And he set all of that up. To make everybody think he looked terrible just so they'd see him have sex with a girl.
I've had sex. It's on camera now.
It's brilliant because all these guys that sit at home and they do No Nut November because they think they have a choice. Some of us are too busy fucking to take a month off. Okay,
it is weird though. Like, how did that come? Because most documentaries don't include having sex in a bathtub. Like the focus of the documentary. So I wonder how that even came up. Was Boogie like, "Hey, you want to film us having sex in the bathtub?" I don't know.
I think that most documentaries don't have the opportunity to film a 400-pound man and his young girlfriend in a bathtub together.
Yeah,
it's you just kind of film what you film.
I guess that's one way of putting it. Yeah. So the documentary came out. It's many people agree that it's unflattering. It portrays Boogie in an unflattering way. And then the guy from SomeOrdinaryGamers made a video. Yeah, he made a video kind of giving his opinion on it. And we're going to watch that. And then last night on Review Tech's live stream, they both came into his live stream and argued with each other live. And that is very interesting. But we'll start with the SomeOrdinaryGamers video about it so that we know what it's all about.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and let's talk about micro-celebrities on YouTube, okay? One of my biggest inspirations for people like Angry Video Game Nerd, Nostalgia Critic, people that would produce, relatively high-quality videos for their time, still to this day, and they would review video games, movies, and whatnot. See, these guys were from a time almost 20 years ago at this point, okay? Not 20 years ago, but
getting there.
10 to 20, okay? Almost 2 decades. And these were some of the first people on the internet as micro-celebrities. See, back in the day, it was kind of baffling to think that you could upload videos on the internet and make money out of them and sustain a living, let alone an entire business even in some people's cases. Obviously, YouTube has evolved to the point where some of the biggest celebrities in the world are starting to come from here or TikTok or other places. People that are known internationally by millions.
Justin Bieber even started out on YouTube. So that's even like an older case, like someone who's been around for a while now that started out on YouTube originally.
Baby, ooh.
billions. But of course, Boogie2988 was one of those people that was there in the beginning. Now, everyone falls off the internet. It's not uncommon. You know, I think being lucky enough to do this in the first place is already the reward. Obviously, nobody's a Simpsons or Family Guy and lasts forever. But Boogie is one of those cases where not only has he fallen off, but he's cratered to the center of the goddamn planet. And it's all because Boogie himself is a liar, Boogie himself is a manipulator, and he's somebody that I think is probably one of the most awful peoples on this platform. And the reason why I'm saying it is because Boogie has had a history of contradictions, of lies, of manipulating his fans into thinking that he's this broke, financially crippled individual, when in reality, he's just too scared of giving up the life of luxury that he currently still clings on to, just so that he can hold on just a little bit longer. And we'll actually come in through a lot of contradictions through this video. It's going to be long, so sit back, relax, grab a cup of coffee, and talk about it. One of the reasons why I'm even talking about it too is because Boogie's the kind of guy that during discussions, he'll just start messaging my wife, which absolutely still disgusts me to this day. For the last 48 hours, I've still been pretty mad about that, but we'll get to all that.
All right, so it kind of went to like a personal place, it seems, at this point, and that's why he's making the video.
Yeah, he attacked Boogie's personal space of the internet. Boogie's been coming to you live from the internet this entire time.
The power of the internet.
He says that the power of the internet, and the power of the internet is you get to lie and manipulate, and you get fans. Mudahar, have you forgotten that part of the internet?
A little bit. One of the catalysts for this is something that Boogie is promoting, his own documentary, The Dark Sad Life of Boogie2988, which is not on his channel, it's on a channel from somebody known as Mike Klum, who has produced this 55-minute documentary pretty much putting Boogie in front of the world, in front of the actual normal audience, and showing that he is somebody that doesn't want to be helped, he just wants to be a professional goddamn victim. So let's actually look through a few highlights of this documentary, and I'll build upon things that I feel need further context. Now, Boogie has a history of financial problems on the platform.
Now, before we get deep into this, Boogie is a friend of mine. I don't know Mudahar terribly well. I know his the wife he speaks of. She's a friend. I love Mudahar. I think he's great. Watching these two guys go at it, you know. It is what it is. This is the internet. They're all big boys. They wear big boy pants. They're allowed to do this. Yeah. But for the sake of obesity, I'll be taking the side of Boogie tonight.
I'm not going to take a side. I'm just going to react to what they say.
Talks about how he actually only has $2,700 left in his bank account, and his actual mortgage on his home is currently at $183,000.
Like this shit, like he should not show this stuff. He could just talk about it. There's literally no reason why he has to show his bank accounts and his loans and all of that shit. There's really no reason.
$3,000 according to when this documentary was filmed. Now, obviously, I'm kind of surprised. I think Boogie should have been able to pay off a $250,000 mortgage from what I understand is $250,000 crib.
Hey, my name is Boogie2988, and this is my $250,000 home.
Okay, if that house were in like the Seattle area, it would be like $3 million. It wouldn't be $250,000. Oh,
yeah,
man.
Depending on the area.
Yeah. I'm talking like a good neighborhood.
Yeah, but that's like how property works.
Yeah.
He hasn't been able to do that after the amount of money that he's earned on the platform is beyond me. Now, Boogie will say that he didn't really earn a lot of money on the platform.
Right. So in 2 or 3 months, you made as much as I made off 17 years on the platform to some degree. Like as much as I was able to save after everything, right? And so I never made the kind of money you guys think I did because I just struck my fame way too early on the platform and the money wasn't there back then. The money's there now, but it wasn't then. I've never made $70,000 or $1,000. You know what my biggest monthly paycheck on YouTube was? Not including sponsors, about $17,000. Including sponsors, the most I ever made in a month was about $30K.
So this is how to catch a contradiction 101. When Boogie just claimed that he made $30,000 with sponsors on his best month, even if you took the annual earning, like you multiply that by 12, which you should never do. Obviously, your peak month is your peak month. You're going to have off months. But again, if you went with the most utopian earning model, you would look at $360,000 pre-taxed. According to this documentary, which again, he gave the producer Mike Klum full access to his financials, allegedly. 2018, he made $498,000 US. So again, putting that up with his income, putting that up with the mortgage that he had on his house, it should have been paid for. Because, ladies and gentlemen, let's be honest here, okay? It's insane. This person has seen such a massive earnings drop-off in 2019, 2020, 21, 22, that he should have absolutely accounted for.
I don't see how he could only be making, like, how he only made, like, 25,000 in last year. I don't know how. I mean, like, doesn't he stream and shit? Like,
I think he took a lot of time off for his mental illness.
Oh, okay.
Some serious rumbling in his financials. Maybe this is when you should have started downsizing. But then, let's see what Boogie is careful on spending money in. According to this documentary, he has spent over $200,000 on escorts, basically sugaring. Sugaring, if you don't know, is the act of
But as Boogie's friend, I know this to be true. His wife got more than that when she left him, and he got zero sex out of her after she left. So 200,000 is actually a deal for all that sex he paid for.
He paid for other shit too, though. He was like taking them out on dates and shit.
Yeah, that's what you do when you're dealing with the sugar babies instead of the straight up whores.
Whores. Online with a financial relationship with you, you take them out on nice dates, you buy them nice things, and there's an expectation of sexual reward at the end of it for the person.
There's multiple types of sex workers, okay? There's like the full service to your doorstep sex worker, and then there's the gigapet sex worker, where you got to feed it, water it, take it out to play, and then you get a reward. Boogie's a gamer. Of course he doesn't want them to just show up every time and have sex with him. He's going to want to play the game sometimes. Do I have to explain Boogie to everybody so they stop getting mad at him? I'll do it.
I don't think it'll work.
The sugar daddy and the sugar baby relationship. So again, this is what this guy spends his money on. His financial...
Yeah, Pitmonk says he doesn't buy the 25K. He doesn't believe that he only made 25K last year.
Was caused because he believes he should be able to fuck LA 10s instead of the Arkansas 8s, as he claims in that documentary. But again, this is just Boogie and how he views the people around him. He doesn't look at relationships like a normal human being. He looks at a relationship in the same sense of like a pure transaction. And when it comes to his money, he is his own destructive person on that regard. He had the money. He threw it all away. One of the most
Watching the race car game is very distracting. Like, I'm trying to pay attention, but then I'm like, oh shit, don't crash.
That's how we do commentary, though. We always have the game cut into the commentary. Saying that Boogie, what was that he's only transactional with his relationships. I don't know if that's fair to diagnose.
Those weren't relationships. Those were
only transactional with his relationships. His relationships can be different things with different people. You can't just lump it all on one.
Those weren't relationships anyway. Those were prostitutes he was paying for. Like,
well, sugaring is more of a relationship. You go through the steps of bonding and communication, but that is transactional as well.
The situation is him admitting to throwing his life and money away in cryptocurrency. So listen to this part from the documentary. It's baffling.
Money comes in, money goes out. For the longest time, my ex-wife handled that shit, but then I got divorced. I don't know where my money is. I don't know what it's doing. The only thing I've ever done with it is I threw it into crypto and then lost a shitload of it. Well, here's everything.
Yeah, and he blames other people for him choosing to get into crypto. Like, other people may have given him advice, but he ultimately made the choice to do it.
I was around the groups of people that were getting him into crypto. Yeah. All the people also got into it. They were all very hype on it. I myself didn't get into it because I have no extra money beyond my food and magic card habits. But the idea to get into it at the time was very heavy, and a lot of guys lost a lot of money, but a lot of guys had more to lose in the circle he was in.
If you want to see, there's 2,000.
So he starts with $750,000 apparently sitting in liquid savings. He puts basically all that money into cryptocurrency because he had a friend known as McJuggernuggets at the time, according to him, where he actually talked about putting money into cryptocurrency. So this nearly 50-year-old man thinks that putting money into the most volatile fucking currency is a smart choice. Now again, this is a guy that bragged to people that he actually is crypto rich all of a sudden, right? Like one day he's like, I'm finally rich. How crypto...
This was 2 years ago when he was
should have made
rich.
that video.
I mean, he shouldn't have. You could say that about half the videos he makes.
Yeah, sure.
But it's like he's literally starting a podcast called Lolcow Podcast, Lolcow Live.
Yes.
And Mudahar is a part of it. There's a reason he's in that podcast. There's a reason we're talking about him still today. His original fucking shtick that got him to where he was ran dry.
Made me rich. Listen to this one.
It was a very stupid, risky maneuver, but I invested pretty much everything I had into cryptocurrency, and I pulled it out a couple of times and I put it back in a couple of times. So I probably didn't do as well as I could have, but I invested all the way back here, and yeah, that's where we currently are with that market. So to say that I doubled my money is an understatement. In fact,
All right, so he literally admits to just straight up gambling his money.
Once your money is doubled, you take it out. Like when
that's
you
not financial advice. We don't give financial advice on this podcast.
When you invest, you should already have an idea of how much you're willing to walk away with and how much you're willing to lose, so that you know when it's time to go. Like there's no, you already have an exit. You need to have an exit strategy with investments. So like when you invest money, you should be like, oh, well, once it doubles, I'm out, so I can walk away with a profit. It's the same thing with regular gambling too.
Most people who invest in anything or do crypto in anything or gamble in anything barely know what they're doing, and it's a gamble. Usually most people get into it after it's already missed the sweet point, and that's when they start getting the dumb money and taking all the money from the people who jumped in a little too late. But that's not financial advice. We're not giving financial advice on this podcast.
And he won for a little bit too. Now, instead of pulling that money out, he just basically let it fester and turn into nothing overnight. Now, anybody could tell you that putting money into cryptocurrency, such a volatile currency, was a stupid decision anyways. But Boogie actually won and still lost. Now, Boogie made a video a year after that where he said, I need your help, where he actually had to go around and tell people, yeah, I lost all my money and I might have to go, oh God, get a fucking job? Oh no, how dare that? Listen to this one.
I feel good. I feel good. And I'm excited to do it again. The bad reason is I'm finally in a position where I have to get back to work. And I'm not making any excuses.
I don't know where Boogie could get a job that would be like viable from a financial standpoint.
Well, right here, he said this video he put out was for him to get back to work making YouTube videos because he took some time off. He was living off of the money he had left, and it was starting to run out. And this is where he started to film the documentary shortly after this.
Here. You know, I spent a tremendous amount of money on dumb things.
Hookers!
But the biggest issue
whoa. Just because they're hookers doesn't mean they're dumb.
I had a nice big nest egg. I took some financial advice from a friend, and I'm not pointing fingers necessarily. I took the advice.
I'm not pointing fingers. A friend of mine suggested I invest everything into crypto. Okay? So you're not pointing fingers, but you just did.
Yeah.
Like, see, that's the level of hypocrisy that I like to call out in this situation because he's just guilty of so many points of that.
But I put my money in the crypto market in the wrong section.
He's saying he's not pointing fingers because he's not saying that it's McJuggernugget's fault. He's just saying that he trusted his friend and he made the choice, and he's saying it's still his fault despite his friend exciting him about this, who at the time was exciting everybody, and everybody was getting into this shit that in this little circle of people. I remember it all like it was yesterday.
And I pretty much lost most of everything. That sucks. That really sucks. It is what it is, though. I mean, like, I've come to terms with.
And yeah, you might be wondering, oh my God, should I feel bad for the situation? No, because even after losing all of that money, Boogie still has money saved over from those losses. That $30,000 something worth of crypto, according to his account, it actually exists in his balance as an asset. Now, even after losing all of that money, Boogie still apparently has $30,000 in assets remaining in cryptocurrency. Now, I looked up the average salary of his state, which apparently is Arkansas's.
He said Arkansas.
$1,000 a year.
Well, it could be Arkansas's, right? That's Arkansas's average salary.
He was saying it as he was reading it out phonetically.
I think he was saying the average salary and then pause Arkansas's, referring to the average salary.
I don't believe so. No, I don't think that's what he did.
To give you an idea, most people don't have $30,000 in their savings at any given moment because the cost of living these days is so fucking high that you earn the money right now yearly and all of it goes to bills, all of it goes to sustaining yourself. People live paycheck to paycheck. And yet Boogie here has still $30,000 left in a shitcoin that he can cash out at any given moment and start using that money to rebuild his life.
I wonder what coin it is, because it'll probably go back up at some point. If he sells it...
A lot of them are going back up. I don't know if he stayed in that same coin or if he moved it to another coin or not.
He said it was Ethereum, I think. I think he said...
he did say at one point he moved it to Ethereum.
He says it in the thing from yesterday that we're going to watch after this.
Yeah, I'm trying not to reference anything from that so we can watch this in chronological order.
Nobody is telling Boogie to stay in a house that he cannot afford. Boogie talks about paying off this mortgage of his that's apparently like it's a $250,000 house. Apparently his mortgage still on the house, according to the documentary, is somewhere around $165,000. Now what's insane is in this own documentary, Boogie will admit his actual annual income in 2018 alone was nearly $500,000 US. How this guy didn't pay off his house, but decided to put that money into an entire gamble, literally, it's like going to a...
It's true, he could have taken even just a fraction. He could have paid, instead of putting it all in crypto, he could have paid off the balance for the house and then put the rest in crypto if he wanted to.
I don't want to defend Boogie, at being one of his buddy pals, but that was also the year his wife left him, right? So she would have gotten a big chunk of that as well in the divorce. So it wouldn't have all been towards the house. She might have gotten more of that during the divorce, and he got to keep the house in exchange. So we're not 100% sure. And I'm not saying that's the truth. I don't know 100%. But if I was lying for my friend Boogie, I would say most of that money went to his wife.
Goddamn casino, putting your entire life savings all on black and expecting people to care about you when you've lost it all. Dog, you caused all of your life's problems. You cannot guilt trip your audience.
He's not guilt tripping. He's sympathy mining
into caring about your finances, your well-being, when you just gamble it all away like a child. He could downsize his life. He could get rid of the house, move to an apartment with 2 rooms.
Life.
After all, you've only got you and a girlfriend. You can have 1 room for your YouTube stuff, 1 bedroom, and your living room, where is the center of your life, apparently.
Yeah,
you can put your
he's got 1 room for his YouTube stuff and 1 room for his hookers.
one for me, 1 for my hooker. It's a lot of money for a person of color.
Your soundbar, your video game consoles. There is no shame in cutting down your life. It's like this. If I can't afford my house, I'm never going to actually guilt trip you guys on a YouTube video and tell you guys, yeah, I really wish I could stay in my house. And, you guys better start donating money to like live streams or, you better start buying some merch. No, I'm going to have to go out, find a way to make money on my own and sustain the lifestyle I live in. And if I have to downsize, there is no shame in that. People do it. Businesses do it all the time. It's okay to cut back and reevaluate where you are in your life when your financial situation changes. Boogie refuses to do it because at the core, this person is a man-child that refuses to actually take accountability.
I mean, he had $700K in liquid assets to throw at the crypto. I just think maybe he shouldn't have put all of it in there
for his own actions and pivot his life accordingly.
Well,
instead,
I'm not even sure he put a whole $700K into the crypto.
That's what he said.
He put Well, I think we're gonna watch this video and the other video, but I think it gets cleared up in the next video with Rich.
Okay.
He'll point fingers at everybody else instead of himself and do anything worth changing. It's like the fast food stuff. This man has the option to change his life for the better. He refuses to do so, so what does it matter anymore? Now, according to this documentary, Boogie has a lot of health problems. Obviously, he's a big guy. He's going through a lot of confirmed medical diagnoses, according to this documentary. Now, a lot of these medical diagnoses, I've talked to my wife, who's a medical professional.
You can't look at Boogie. You can't look at anybody who's over like 400 pounds, 300 pounds. You can't look at anybody and not understand that there's some mental illness involved there. It's not just that they love fast food, right? They're using it as a coping mechanism. They're using it for multiple reasons. It's kind of easy to say, they're not helping themselves. Why should we help them? And, why should we? Maybe because we're only as strong as our weakest link in society, or maybe because we care for them. And Boogie has fans that care for him. And you can get mad at him manipulating his fan base. You can be angry at that, but don't hate the player, hate the game.
Also a medical professional, have told me that a grand majority of these cases can simply be avoided or reversed had he decided to lose the weight. This is one of the most important things for Boogie where it comes to weight loss, an actual goal that he has never managed to bring across to the table. He has went through a gastric bypass that he himself has admitted to completely fail. And
he
one
was
of the
over
reasons
600
why
pounds. He's lost 1/3 of his body weight. That's impressive. Give him a couple points for that, Mudahar. Just a couple.
He chooses to constantly fail his aspect of weight loss is because even in this own documentary, Boogie is out there constantly feeding himself with fast food. I swear to God, in this documentary, he's probably eaten McDonald's and Taco Bell like 3 goddamn times. It's no joke. He is just going out of his way.
This documentary was filmed over the course of a year. He's probably got the documentary guy there, and he's probably eaten a lot more than 3 fast food meals over the course of this documentary.
Yeah.
To hurt himself.
We get to see an hour of about a year of Boogie's life in this documentary. The 3 fast food meals, I promise you, were a drop in the bucket.
These are things that anybody can avoid, but Boogie refuses to do so because he, again, prefers to be a victim. Again, he doesn't want to be helped. He doesn't want to make even the tiniest things that could change his decrepit lifestyle for the better. He just wants you to feel bad for him. And that's one of the reasons
when you're
why
this far off, the tiny things are tiny the moment you do them, but they're a part of thousands of moments. Anybody who has a problem with addiction, with eating disorders, anybody who has a problem with any sort of problem like this, it's not little changes that change everything. It's little changes have to be everything, and everything is not little. It's constant when you're dealing with something like this. For me and my malignant narcissist friends, we want to remind you this is important to remember when we're manipulating you.
I don't care. If he doesn't want to get better, why should I care that he wants to get better? I can hope, but it doesn't mean that I should necessarily be putting in any of my mental strength into it. It's just manipulative for the fans to constantly be reminded, I want to change, while doing literally nothing to make your fucking life better at all. Now, in this entire documentary, one of the most insulting parts is when Boogie actually sits down with this interviewer, this recruiter, and purposefully, in my opinion, screws up this interview where at least they were telling him to go get a job. Because if you can't make money through YouTube, start getting a job.
But it's so funny.
I am morbidly obese. I have no references, no work history, and no education. And when you Google my name, you might see rumors that I beat my ex-wife and I'm also a pedophile. Shouldn't mention I'm also a felon.
Boogie, boogie, boogie. Tomas, cheers. Thank you. This piece right here is one of the most brilliant parts of the entire documentary. It gets passed around as a meme outside of the community. Professionals pass this around as jokes about the hiring process already. It's been out for less than a month.
Yeah.
This, like, whether you agree or not with Boogie, This shit worked. This shit worked on multiple levels, not just as a crazy piece of media for the documentary. It's enough to get Mudahar talking about it. It's enough to get everyone talking about it. People are talking about it outside of the community. So you can talk down on this all you want. The secret's out. Boogie's making more money because of this.
Okay. What's the nature of your felony?
Like, she knows that he's not here seriously, and I think that kind of just settles in. But listen to what she says. Absolute bang-on advice.
I think it's impossible, but you have some challenges.
Yeah.
Lots of things in life are about your mindset, and you're using weight and disability. I can't. If that is the attitude that you're going to have when you approach everything, then you can't, and you won't.
And he will never. And she's absolutely right. He always wants to play the victim, and that's what it comes down to. So, of course, after this entire documentary, the problem is he goes to Mike Clem and tells him that he's not going to get a job. And listen to exactly why. Listen to this shit. Because he couldn't get corporate approval because of his armed felony nature.
I know we're making this documentary and everything, and I know you think I need to get a real job, but I just want to let you know I'm not going to. I'm not going to walk into some job when I have 4 million subscribers on YouTube. I'm one of the original YouTubers. What I'm going to do instead is go back to making content, go back to telling stories and entertaining people and making money doing it.
Dude, what is this? Why would I walk in and get some job? As if that's a dirty fucking word. Why does he say it like that? Yeah, I'm an OG YouTuber. I've got 4 million subscribers. 99% of them do not watch the fucking videos, okay? Your subscriber burn rate is as high as crypto's burn rate too. You are looking at 99% losses. Instead of trying to beat your head against a wall and guilt trip the audience and produce content that, by the way, is inferior to 99% of videos released on this platform to this day. Boy, there's a whole lot of 99%. He refuses to get a job, looks at it as like it's some dirty word, and decides to revive his YouTube channel, which he really hasn't. He's gotten an uptick in views because of videos like mine, like Charlie's, like H3H3 covering him, this documentary, but because Boogie is not naturally an entertaining individual, all right, at least in my opinion, and because he refuses to actually put any effort into anything that he does.
There's so many people who are not entertaining that do YouTube very well. Like YouTube does not necessitate entertainment. It necessitates regurgitation every day, spitting out content.
I've been entertained by Boogie before. I don't think it's fair to say he's not entertaining at all.
Yeah, and I think he's gonna be the most entertaining part of this this LolCow live podcast they got coming out.
Wings is in there too, so he's definitely, you know,
depending on the longevity of it. I think Wings right now is in his upswing, and Boogie is definitely in his downswing. Yeah. And when it's a LolCast podcast, Boogie's gonna be the one they milk right now.
Richard. But yeah, Wings. He does seem like he's on an upswing. He was in PKA, you know, he was on a podcast already that was very popular, and he was kind of the comic relief on there because he was definitely the LolCow of the show.
Yeah, and if this LolCow live podcast can last long, if it can go for, you know, a year, then we might see a nice Wings of Redemption LolCow arc. But right now, I think he's kind of sitting safe as not the Boogie. And Boogie is definitely the Boogie.
Short-lived. And if people find that mean, I'm sorry. It's the fucking truth.
My health insurance is $800. I have $500 worth of medical.
That's crazy to have $800 a month for health insurance. That's just fucking insane.
Bills. Yeah. I have $500 worth of utilities. I pay for doctor's visits, physical therapies, labs constantly. I still have to pay for the car that I drive. I still have to pay for car insurance. I still have to pay for health insurance. Diablo 4 came out. I had to buy it. Final Fantasy 16 came out. I had to buy it. Tears of the Kingdom came out. I had to buy it.
Hold on there, bucko. Diablo 4 came out. I had to buy it. Tears of the Kingdom came out. I had to buy it. Dog, these are what we call luxuries, okay? You don't need to buy any fucking video game, Boogie, because let me tell you something right now. If you can't afford luxuries, then you need to start downsizing your life. Again, if he can't afford this $2,000 mortgage, consider moving down to an apartment, renting somewhere else. Then you could have the money to buy Diablo 4, or Tears of the Kingdom, or Final Fantasy 16. Point is, cut down your life, okay? Do not put this onto the audience. It's insane how this man can complain about financial irresponsibility when he's sitting in front of these shitty
Speaking of financial irresponsibility, everybody, we have a goal we want to hit tonight. We're 58.9% of the way to the goal.
Pretty good.
If you guys would like to help us get there, your Streamlabs are welcome.
Yeah. Feel free to let it rain.
Walmart that actually have no resale value, in my opinion, whatsoever. This man is surrounding himself with toys and video games as if he's like a child, okay? Like as if he's like a kid at the Rockefeller Center going into like one of the big toy stores. Dog, downsize your life, sell off your shit, and live normally, okay? There is no shame in that. But again, Boogie refuses to do it. In fact, in his mind, he feels almost entitled to these luxuries. No one is entitled to anything. You should feel lucky that you're in a luxurious lifestyle, especially when you can't even afford it. And this isn't the only case of Boogie doing this. Obviously, he has a history of trying to purchase these extravagant luxuries. Like, there was a saga related to a Tesla Model X, one that
I remember this.
A little bit too.
Expensive.
33.
Cut IT down.
Cut IT down? Oh, cut it down. That's what. I get it.
Yeah.
I was like, cut IT
Arkansas.
down. It's like, are they trying to say we spend too much money on IT?
That's what they're saying, yeah.
Damn it. I need to fire our IT guy myself.
Ben, you're too brilliant to have an IT guy.
I am the IT guy. Like when the computer at the beginning of this year took a shit and we had no computer, I had to like figure out how to put a computer together, which I had never done before. So I'm basically the
Joke's
IT
on
guy.
you. Most companies' IT guy is just the guy that Googles everything everybody else asks him about.
Cut it down.
$1,000. I ended up buying the X, Curfew.
He ended up buying the X. The Model X is the most expensive luxury SUV from Tesla Automotive, which again is their highest price product, okay, especially when you go speccing it out, which I don't think Boogie bought the plaid version of the Tesla. But again, this man is pitching the idea of buying a luxury SUV in front of his audience.
Yeah,
when
he
apparently his actual...
He shouldn't have talked about this either, but I get it. You know, like slip-ups happen. It just seems like he always like feeds into it.
We've all talked about our major lavish extravagant purchases.
Do we?
Years after our careers went down the tube. Hell yeah.
Have we?
Hell yeah.
Financial status, according to him, doesn't reflect it.
I still haven't got it fully financed yet. I'm having to finance it, obviously. I can't spend $100,000 in a day. That would be insane, right? But I am financing it, okay? And so he's like, Boogie, how many fans are going to end up buying a Model S because of you? And I'm like, okay, all right, that's fair. He goes, what if we put 10 more cars on the road? Think about the impact you're making in the world when we put 10 more cars on the road. I'm like,
yeah, this is probably some of the dumbest.
So he's like, oh, my influence is going to be so good for the environment. My fans are gonna see me driving this expensive car, and they'll buy. At least 10 of them will go out and buy their own. Boogie's basically reducing the world's carbon footprint.
Yep.
By
He's a
himself.
golden god. We should all feel sorry for him.
Stuff that I heard, and I wanted to add it in for a bit of comedy relief. Anytime you come across the most degenerate car salesman like this, you run, okay? First off, adding 10, 20 more cars on the street is not offsetting the fucking carbon pollutions that making those Teslas, in my opinion, are going to cause. And also, I don't think anybody in your audience is also going out to buy another luxury executive sedan because they're watching Boogie drive his Model X. Anyways, the point of
I
this
don't know.
was Boogie...
I went out and bought Mountain Dew and Taco Bell because I watched Boogie eat.
That's way more expensive, or way less expensive. You know, like
has a history of constantly being financially stupid.
Did you buy Magic cards when you saw him playing Magic? Did it make you want to buy more Magic cards?
I was buying Magic cards way before I watched Boogie play Magic cards.
And putting that onto the audience.
But I did buy a fucking trip to Las Vegas to play Magic cards with Boogie, and he canceled last minute.
Really?
Because he couldn't afford it.
Shit.
Yeah, I ended up I was gonna split a fucking hotel with him, and I ended up by the time that fucking he told me he canceled, hotels had gone through the roof, and I had to sleep on I had to sleep in the bed of a very, very large man that wasn't Boogie.
Start mentioning things like this, and you start mentioning, I can't spend $100,000 in a day. There is an element
Veterans Day, not to us military members, but to the veteran fats. So thank you, Billy, for your service to stinky fats all around.
Stinky fats.
I was going to say something earlier tonight, but out of my respect to the military veterans, I decided to hold in my valor for the respect I give to my stinky fats and other veterans on 11/11, aka the dozen I stole a donut from day.
Respect.
Everybody knows 11/11 is that dozen that a fat brings into the workplace with one already missing. That's why we celebrate 11/11 Veterans Day for the fats.
In my opinion, guilt tripping that sort of passes on to the audience as well, too. But again, we're going to leave that over there. I think I've covered his money situation way too much, okay? And I think, honestly, it's more than he deserves because he doesn't care about changing it, and that's pretty much what it
Everyone who hasn't already, if you could like the stream, we'd really appreciate it if you just throw a couple likes our way down there.
Comes down to. If he doesn't care about making his life better, it is what it is. Now, obviously, some of you all will remember that Boogie had an issue with an individual known as Frank Hassel, where he actually fired a gun right into the air, which caused him to actually be in some serious...
And JF said, it's a very white thing to do. Fire a warning shot, I guess.
Yeah, warning shots are white privilege.
Very white.
People of color have to actually hit people.
Troubles that cost him a lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of that could have been avoided had Boogie not brought that on himself. Listen to this clip right now. This is an interview that he had on Drama Alert with Frank Hassel, where it actually sounds so fucking unhinged, I couldn't make this up if I tried.
This is status quo for me. So show the up, and let me show you how I handle status quo.
Why do you keep threatening?
Bang,
to shoot me?
bang.
This is weird.
Because I'm going to kill you and take pleasure doing it.
Gangsta Boogie? Gangsta Boogie.
I'm going to kill you. I'm going to take pleasure.
The fuck up. Go eat your candy.
Okay.
You need to chill, bro.
You're less than 4 miles away from me last night. You can't drive 4 miles. You can't drive 4 miles to actually...
So Boogie, while being visibly scared for his life, apparently, enough that he had to respond to the door with a firearm when the other party didn't have a gun, was literally telling that party to come to his house, meaning that even if he had castle doctrine, he couldn't get through it. He couldn't actually make it valid. He invited the problem to his house.
Yeah,
he had hassle doctrine.
He did tell him to come. He probably shouldn't have done that.
Two-door premises.
If Frank Hassel shows up to my house, it's going to be worse than that. I'm not going to shoot him. I'm going to sexually assault him.
Oh.
Threaten to shoot
You come
him.
to my
That
door,
is
Frank
not-
Hassel. I'm going to bend you over, and I'm going to make you come by force.
Not how castle doctrine works, okay? That's not even how hassle doctrine works. But again, a lot of these problems Boogie causes on himself because he's impulsive and he doesn't think about it. Now, recently, Boogie has entered a relationship.
Impulsive. Boogie is impulsive. He doesn't think things through terribly. He's definitely that's a Boogie thing.
Yeah. That's
with a
definitely
girl
correct.
that is, I guess, 20 while he's 49 or 50. And it's a very, very massive age gap. Now, obviously, I'm not here to get on somebody's ass about a perfectly legal relationship. I want to remind everyone, when you're over the age of 18, you can date an 80-year-old, okay? At the end of the day, that's the law. But the
80-year-olds are hot.
Is not always ethical. And obviously, for people who sit down and look at these relationship dynamics, people are going to be creeped out. Now, in private group chats and private DMs, some of them which have been leaked, I have been in those DMs calling Boogie a weird person, okay? Not spreading rumors, I've just been calling it weird behavior. And that's because I think this is weird behavior. Boogie's girlfriend that he's been touting off is 20 years of age.
Whoa. What is touting off?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I don't know that position. When, like, I gotta look this one up on the Sexopedia.
We just got a super chat, and yeah, we fully plan on doing that. We already have the video, and we're gonna watch it after this one. So
far more junior.
Touting off to solicit, peddle, or persuade importunately. Importunately? Is that a word?
I don't know.
And she doesn't appear to have a lot of life skills. Obviously, a lot of life
Sounds
I guess you
boring.
could say experience. And their relationship was built on something known as trauma bonding.
I hate all this techno babble that people throw around, like all this psych babble. It's just weird. Trauma bonding, whatever.
And we're becoming aware of why we do the things we do.
I think we throw things around without really looking at it from an analytical mind, and there are people who are more in tune with how to put these labels in the correct space. People who are not qualified to do so do it too much.
I think we need to celebrate trauma bonding. People with traumas deserve love too.
A trauma bond, which according to this situation, follows a cycle and rests on an imbalance of power. Leaving an abusive relationship usually isn't as simple as walking out the door. The emotional attachment known as a trauma bond develops out of a repeated cycle of abuse, evaluation, and positive reinforcement. It's only natural to develop a bond with someone who treats you with kindness. Many abusive relationships begin with a shower of affection and assurances of love. These attempts to manipulate often succeed since you remember the early days of a relationship. Now, I assume that Boogie is not referring to that type of trauma bonding. I think they literally are referring to the fact that obviously both of them have been through rough situations in life, and by sharing it, by being comfortable with one another, that's how the relationship is built up off. Now, obviously, for most people who look into this, they might think that this is very creepy. A nearly 50-year-old man is somehow finding a lot of trauma bonds with somebody that isn't even old enough to legally drink. And it's not.
I think, honestly, I think she should be old enough to be able to drink. I think drinking should be like, I think we should just keep it all at 18 or move everything to 21. But
yeah,
I honestly think, like, if you're old enough to vote and like be sent to war and all of it, like join the military and get old enough to get married and start a family and sign up for credit cards and all that shit, you should be able to drink too.
I've been protesting this for decades, getting little kids drunk.
Just me saying it, right? You've got a bunch of people in the comment sections to his own videos going, Boogie, I really do think you took advantage of her. She clearly has her own issues, and it's sad because I've met people like her in my past
I mean, Boogie clearly has issues too, so I don't know.
life. I'm 29 years old, and I know the signs of someone like her who only in her early 20s would date someone your age. We all know she didn't have a best life, and you're just using it for your videos. It's disgusting. No, I don't think you care about her or try to help. If I were her actual friend, I would tell her to get the hell out of this weird situation and find someone.
If I were her actual friend and not just a random person on the internet, I could save her.
Exactly. It's ridiculous.
Who can really care about you and help you. And of course, if you look in the actual video that Boogie posts, by the way, on his own channel, it gets downright depressing. So listen to this.
Sorry, I'll repeat all that. What was the question? So if he cheated, I'm not gonna break up with him because I love him and it's gonna hurt, yeah. We're gonna talk about it, but I know at the end of the day he loves me.
So much of this documentary is them making her cry. like Boogie makes her cry. These interviews that the documentarian does makes her cry. They just make her cry like the whole time. I feel bad.
It's like we said earlier, you know, he complained about Boogie eating fast food 3 times in this documentary. He ate it way more than 3 times over the course of the year this documentary was made, and she cried way more than 3 times over the course of the year this documentary was made.
So it would to see him with, to see Boogie with another woman, it would hurt and it would make me jealous, but I'd get it.
What? Listen, ladies, if you ever feel that it's okay for a guy to cheat on you, Get the fuck out of that relationship. Cheating is never okay. Simple as that.
Whoa,
and that's one of the problems that
cheating sometimes leads to a better relationship. Sometimes cheating exists because the relationship you're currently in is not the right one. And rather than leave that person like some people would do, fuck around until you find the right one. Pro cheating over here.
I think is with this girl, okay? She obviously is very, very, very young, and she's very much into this life with a person that is far more older, very, very unhealthy, and according to his own statements, is literally on the verge of dying. There's a point in the Mike Lum documentary where he sits down with the girl, explains his life situations, and basically she starts crying down. Now, obviously, I think in some way that's a little bit emotionally manipulative.
I really want you to understand how actually sick I am. Like, I don't know if
the music at this part
actually get it. But this is my health summary. This is everything that's currently wrong with me.
Spawn Killer says, are you guys going to watch the Lolcow podcast? Why the fuck would someone go into business with Keemstar? He seems like a genuine prick. He's really not a nice person. What if?
You went to his birth? You went to his birthday
Keemstar's
party?
actually a nice person? What if he's actually a nice person, but he plays a bad guy on the internet?
Stroke or heart attack
Think about it.
is astronomical. I am essentially a walking time bomb. And I'm so fucking sorry.
This is so cringy to me.
I really wish I had taken better care of my body.
Yeah, I know.
You're making her cry
Obviously, how can
again.
you sit somebody down and talk about your life problems, your health issues, and they start crying? How do you think they're going to walk away? They obviously are with you because in their mind, they think you're on your fucking deathbed. And it's really shitty to leave somebody behind when they're literally dying, okay? There is a lot of weird dynamics in this relationship that make me cringe, and most of the world can see that. How Boogie, the narcissist
Just
that he is...
because it's my deathbed doesn't mean I'm not gonna fuck in it.
Well, I guess that explains it. Puts this video up and thinks that it makes him look in a good light is actually beyond me and baffling. Now, to go back to the leaked conversations that I had with other YouTubers about this situation, I firmly stand by and believe this is creepy. Boogie's response to that is making it appear as if I made this a public, matter-of-fact statement. I did not. In fact, if anything, I kept it pretty much quiet until Boogie decided to prod the bear in public and pretty much tell me that I was fabricating shit. So I basically say I didn't fabricate anything. I didn't talk about this. Other YouTubers asked me about this. They might have fabricated it, but that's on them. If somebody asks me what I think about your weird relationship, I'm going to say it like any other person my age does. You're creepy. You're manipulative. You're weird. I don't think it's built on good intentions. What does Boogie do to prove that this girl that I don't even know is over the age of 18? He will literally send me her identification.
Yeah, that's weird.
Now, I find it so odd that Boogie is talking to a girl and is with her, is in love with her, and just happens to have her ID on his phone at the fucking ready beck and call to send to some random over the internet. Do you not care about her safety? Do you not worry that, oh shit, I'm sending this image to YouTubers who could maybe get hacked? I don't know. Their
But
DMs
do you know how
could
many
get leaked.
views he would get if these YouTubers took advantage of the privacy he gave them? And he'd be like, this YouTuber doxed my girlfriend. That's a 1 million view video.
And then, by nature, even her ID could get leaked. Why am I sending this image to random people on the internet that I don't really know? It's fucking weird that he does this. And I feel bad for this girl because she lets it happen. It's
What about Boogie is normal? Everything about Boogie is weird.
Weird.
The whole reason we loved Boogie was because he was a very weird guy that talked to us like things were going to be normal. All of us weirdos were like, oh, that's cool. This is the Mr. Rogers of the internet. He's weird like us, but he says everything's going to be okay. And then at one point, nothing was okay. And now we're like, fuck this guy. He wasn't Mr. Rogers.
Really fucking weird. Now that's where I'm pretty much going to leave this girl ad. I don't really want to add more trauma into her life or bring her more up into a public spectacle like she already has, but I'm just pointing these things out because I, like most people, find it creepy. Now to whittle on back to Boogie's contradictions, one of the things in his expense sheet he listed, and this is again how you figure out a Boogie contradiction, he will constantly be a manipulative liar and change facts literally in minutes, seconds, hours, days, weeks. Inside this documentary, he mentions how much money he made on a fight he had with Wings of Redemption, all the way out in London.
Watch the way he hits my head. My brain got shocked with each one of those. It's ricocheting against my skull.
So since you guys were here last, I did have a bit of a windfall, which bought me some time here in this house. The problem with that is I spent more than $10,000 getting that fight together. So by the time all that was done, all I did was put...
Wow, he should get his money back for the boxing shorts because they wouldn't stay up.
That did suck.
Yeah. They had to
duct tape his pants on.
That
He was straight up actual King Hippo.
Yep.
$1,000 back into savings.
Now, for this fight, he was paid $10,000. I asked Keemstar, he said $11,000 because apparently they paid for his lab work to get sanctioned for the fight. Now, inside this list, he mentions boxing lessons around $1,500. Now, this is where it gets really wild. So listen to this.
Walked into that thing knowing the only...
Dude, you were talking about you had boxing training and shit. I'm like, I can't afford boxing training. I'm gonna have to fucking be out here under the shed.
Yeah, you know what my boxing training was? I fought a drunk friend down in Dallas, Texas.
Apparently, he either paid $1,500 to his drunk friend to fight him in Dallas, Texas. Is that $1,500 in boxing lessons? I don't know. What the fuck? But here, listen to this one real quick.
Punch strength. My technique is terrible, but he's not working with a boxing trainer either, so I don't think either of us is going to have technique.
What's that? He also doesn't have a trainer as well, too. See, these are little contradictions that one can pick up. Now, that contradiction came from my wife's podcast, The Real Weird Sickos, where she invited Boogie to talk about this situation, amongst a whole litany of other things. And this is where it gets really hilarious. Boogie is
it should be said then that he didn't just randomly contact your wife. He knew your wife because your wife does a podcast that he had been on before. Right?
Yeah, but at one point Boogie also said, I didn't even know that was your wife. I didn't know her. I was just, it was like,
what?
He goes and fucks himself
weird.
there too.
That's
he
weird.
He contradicts over there too.
That says, I'm over. I'm done with drama. And that video was posted like, what, 9 days ago? Yeah, in reality, Boogie is not done with anything like it. Boogie decides to basically keep mentioning me by name on his social media feeds, acting like I'm spreading weird rumors and whatnot. Now, my wife will defend me. She will just say, hey, your whole life is a walking set of contradictions. Now, I don't like to publicly engage with Boogie because he constantly says that I'm punching down, even though if you talk shit on the internet, you will definitely get hit. I actually DM'd him privately and told him, listen, if you don't want to make this a public thing, why are you constantly spreading up misinformation? Why are you just lying? Why are you just constantly being weird about this? And Boogie decides to send me an entire list of words. And obviously I said in my piece, I really just said, hey, listen, I don't really need to dredge anything up. And that's pretty much what it comes down to. I don't want to bother making a video. And I'm not really looking forward to it either, just because there's a whole lot of other things that I could cover. I am driving. Let me paint the scene here. I'm driving home from New York, okay? You got my wife with me. I got me. And I don't respond to anything. 20 minutes later, next to my phone, my wife's phone starts blowing up, and lo and behold, I see Boogie mentioned on here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this sends me into a bit of a rage because I find it so weird that the moment I don't respond to you, the next person you're hitting up is my wife about this situation. Obviously, it upsets me, it upsets her, it upsets people. We think it's weird, okay? Boogie crosses a personal boundary.
You should thank Boogie for allowing the two of you to trauma bond over this.
Trauma bonding.
And he decides to ask my wife, even mentions if I'm triggered or not. Yeah, I'm not triggered at you. I'm just triggered at the fact that you start reaching out to my friends and family. It's just a line you don't cross. Now, Boogie will claim that he doesn't know who my wife is. Like, oh, you just picked a random one account that is actually like the spouse of the creator that you're mad at. You know, the person that has anniversary photos of us on the internet. But also, funniest fact about it too, you were on her show. So this is why lying comes so naturally to this person too. He doesn't really care. He just lies about any fact. Facts that can be immediately countered. But of course, one of the wildest things about the end of this entire documentary is when he promotes drug usage. 47 minutes.
Yeah, this part of this video, I'm like, oh, come on, lighten up a little bit. Oh, he promotes drug usage. It was like a it was supposed to be in like a therapeutic setting. I don't know what this guy's qualifications are or whatever, but people do this as like a therapeutic thing.
I like how he brought the fucking double-decker couch chair, though.
Yeah.
He was like, let's go. We're chilling.
To get out of this documentary, Mike records Boogie at this shaman, weird as fuck, by the way. The shaman gives him psychedelic mushrooms, and this is his way to like apparently reset his mind. Now,
is he groping young Boog?
Off by saying that drug usage is obviously not something anybody should be promoting. If you are going through a lot of mental and physical issues, don't do fucking drugs. If you are going through financial problems,
counterpoint. Crack is good.
Don't do drugs, okay? Boogie is not being taken care of.
Counterpoint. Heroin is like a vacation for your body.
By anyone licensed in the medical field. He's just going into the forest and doing fucking drugs with randoms. And this is where, again, Boogie refuses to take life into his own hands. Instead of downsizing his financials, he decides, I'm just going to pick up an incredibly expensive hobby like mushrooms and go off with it.
I don't think it's incredibly expensive. I don't think that's true.
Mushrooms actually, like, you know how people say money doesn't grow on trees? Mushrooms do.
They grow under trees.
Well, Boogie, it doesn't work that way, son. And that's pretty much where we're going to end it at, okay? Yeah, real good message to end off on.
You can buy the spores online and grow them like in like a plastic bag. You can grow them on rice, like instant rice.
Here in the Northwest, you can find them everywhere.
Yeah.
Hey, your guys' life is all messed up? Try using some mushrooms. Hey, maybe combined with some therapy and some other pseudoscience crap, it could work.
I don't think it's pseudoscience. I think there's actual scientific data that's showing that mushrooms do help people with depression.
Tons of pharmaceutical people venturing into this right now. Whether it's pseudoscience or not, they're taking it seriously as a possible fixture in mental health for the future. So that's everything's pseudoscience until big pharma makes money off of it, right?
No, I mean, like there's been studies on it, and there's definitely, I mean, it's green lit in some states. Like there's mushroom clinics in some states. So,
but ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty much where I want to end it at. I know that I've been harsh in this video, and I probably could have been harsher, but honestly, Boogie is so, I guess you could say, Boogie is such a, I guess you could say, manipulative character that being mad over him is just not worth it, okay? I know that a lot of other creators are still getting mad over
most YouTubers are manipulative. Smash that like button.
Boogie refuses to do even the minor things to make his life better. The only thing that makes me angry in this situation is the manipulation he puts to his fans. Look, I'm just going to say it like it is. We are all lucky to be making the videos that we are making and making even a dime off of it. Boogie had a great career at one point. He squandered it, threw it away, and I think what's the most insulting in this is he refuses to take care of his physical health, he refuses to downsize and get a job, and to this day, he will continuously bumble his head through YouTube, through burning whatever bridges he may have remaining. He is a consistent, pathological liar. He is an individual that is, I guess, I'm not a psychologist, but he appears to be the biggest narcissist on the platform. He is somebody that does not care about any consequence.
Not sure about
he
that.
He has caused everything bad to happen.
The biggest narcissist, pound for pound, maybe. Wait a second. Hold up. Ben, hold on. Opening up the Mirror app on my phone.
Okay.
There might be a bigger narcissist on YouTube than Boogie.
Yeah, Onision.
In his own life.
Oh, yeah.
And all he wants is for you to sit down, fucking cry and feel bad for him. Well, don't feel bad, because Boogie could easily change his life around, but he refuses to. He refuses to eat better, he refuses to downsize and make his financial situation lighter, and instead of, working hard, he decides to chuck $700,000 into a fucking volatile cryptocurrency asset and thinks that's somehow a great idea. Oh shit, he actually won in that, by the way, and refused to cash it out like a smart person and start building off of it.
Sometimes Streamlabs won't display, but I'll take a look. It says, okay, I see it. It says he's so mad. Boogie does awesome drugs and bangs young chicks, and all he's just got is his lame podcast wife and an Xbox controller.
Yeah. Why are you hating on young Boogie for doing drugs and banging younger chicks when all you're doing is enjoying a wife and video games? You're just some ordinary gamer, Mudahar.
Absolute wild behavior. But yeah, how Boogie thought this documentary could paint him in a good light is beyond me. But ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty much where we're going to leave it at. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
There you go.
That was Mudahar addressing the situation directly. Like we said, he's got skin in the game. His wife was having to deal with this shit while they were out on their road trip together. She's worked with Boogie on their podcast before. I've been on their podcast as well. Real Weird Sickos, fun one. They get a lot of good creators on it. But that being said, you have to remember Boogie's the cow here.
So
Boogie's the cow.
Here's the stream that happened yesterday on Review Tech's channel. First Boogie shows up, and then what's his name? Mudahar,
yeah.
Mudahar. Yeah, then he shows up.
Skip it up and that up. Scoop it up. Hello, everybody. Richard Review Tech USA here, and last night on RTU streams, I had a stream. What's funny is I wasn't even gonna stream last night, but I decided to, and we watched Some Ordinary Gamers, or Mudahar's video, called Boogie2988 is Completely Pathetic. Now, I don't know how it transpired. I don't know if people were baiting Boogie to come on the show, or he said he wanted to come on the show. Needless to say, it doesn't matter. I sent him a Zoom link, and he came on, and we started discussing things about his documentary that just came out. And then, I don't know how this transpired, because it was all a blur, because I was more stoned than I've been in over 6 months. Mudahar came in. Now, again, I don't know if he was baited to come in or he wanted to come in, but needless...
Don't promote drugs, Rich. Don't promote drugs.
To say I sent him a Zoom
that was
link.
the worst. That was the worst thing about Rich, was his promotion of drugs.
Yeah, how can you do that?
And then Keemstar showed up in the chat and wanted Boogie to leave because he said I was milking this, and there was milk all over the place, and udders were squeezed. It was absolutely insane. So here is everything that went down in my live stream last night with Mudahar and Boogie there, and buckle up because it was a hell of a show. Also, shout out to the Lol Cow podcast, because Keemstar told me to shout it out, and if I don't shout it out, he'll cry, and then the tears will fall down his beard, and his beard is dyed, and the dye will drip on his desk, and if the dye drips...
All right, let's get to the stream here. All right, here we go.
I'm doing well.
I can't talk too long. I'm over here on Twitch at the moment.
Okay.
I'm live streaming Super Mario Wonder. Feels good to be playing video games again for a change. On live stream, you know? Normally I just like sit around and bitch about stuff. How are you doing, Rich?
I'm doing well. What's going on?
Not much
today.
Not much. Somebody asked me, said that you wanted me on here, so I thought I'd come say hi.
Yeah.
Did you watch the doc? What'd you think?
It's interesting. It's
interesting.
What was your incentive for putting something out so damning about yourself?
There's a lot of different answers to that. I think I didn't get paid anything, though I did get paid $2,000 to travel up to Cleveland to take some photos and stuff to promote the thing. But I didn't get paid to do anything. My thought process on it was, everyone has like this mystique about me. They think that I'm like this guy or that guy or whatever. I don't mind admitting what I've actually done. I don't mind admitting that I lost a shitload of money on crypto. I don't mind admitting that I spent a lot of money traveling the coast to coast and spend money on girls. I don't mind admitting that stuff about me. I'm very open about that, and I'm comfortable with it. It's the stuff that people think is bullshit about me, right? Like, oh, he's abusive to women, and he did this, and he did that. I didn't do any of that shit, you know? So I thought, let's make this thing. Let's make it a piece of art. Let's make YouTube history.
Let's make it a piece of art.
I mean, you saw him in the bathtub. That was art.
What, when he was him and his naked girlfriend in the bathtub together?
And when he was alone in the bathtub, and he could barely climb out of it because of his how much he broke his body.
And then there's a quote from Game of Thrones, right?
Let me ask you a question. 2018 definitely wasn't your peak year, and you almost made, before taxes, obviously, $500,000. You've had bigger years than that. Where the hell?
No, that was my peak. What are you? Are you insane? No, that was the most I ever made ever, and it's only because of sponsors. You realize 90% of the Francis videos either got no ads or very low quality ads. You know that, right?
Yeah, but that's a different era, dude. Like,
no, that's the entire time from the first Francis character all the way up to the very end. Those videos either got fully demonetized.
And now Boogie brilliantly made the Francis character his own character. So he gets to real life be Francis and also have sex with 20-year-olds in his bathtub.
I'm just wondering, like, what about 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17? Like, he wasn't making good money those years? Because that was like...
He was probably making decent money, but he probably wasn't...
It was pre-Adpocalypse, and like, he had at least over a million subscribers back then. So I would think that
a lot of his bigger videos weren't that long, and he probably was making decent money and blowing it like everybody does who gets into YouTube and thinks it's going to last forever.
Got the lowest common denominator ads, and so Francis videos getting millions of views. I made maybe $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 on each of those. In some cases, I spent more breaking an Xbox or breaking a TV than I made for the Francis sketches. Yeah, the real money was in sponsorships, and I had a bunch of sponsorships in 2018. And
but that's post-Adpocalypse. Even pre-Adpocalypse, you can't tell me that you were making bank because you were getting.
Do you want to know how much money I made through AdSense from the beginning of time to now?
Sure.
About $1.2 million since 2007. About 1.2 it's less than 1.6. I know that. It might be less than 1.5. I think it's 1.2, 1.3 million. It's what I made across 17 years.
That makes no sense. Yeah, I mean, don't believe it.
Well, I'll send you a screenshot right now.
Rich is all high.
I don't really care.
Satan says only 1.2 million, guys. He's poor. It's since 2007, right? We're talking 16 years. It's less than $100,000 a year, and some of those years were boom compared to bust. And on those boom years, he spent a lot in order to travel. His traveling and everything is more than the average person. He pumped a lot of that back into the bullshit games that he bought to promote in his lifestyle. Satan says most people barely make over $1 million their entire lifetime, and he wasn't living the life of most people. Right?
I mean, you made half of that in one year?
No. Ad revenue that year was probably $1,500 or $150,000. It was all sponsorships, which is why when people did that organized letter writing campaign to get rid of all my
says Riley and I want to get lunch with Boogie. It would be a swell old time. Mint, are you guys going to drive out to Arkansas anytime soon? I'll get you guys a date with Boog and his... and if his girl's along for the ride, you guys could double date and film it. Oh my God!
You guys could all hang out in the bathtub together.
Maybe you and Riley could do an OF scene in the bathtub. If you guys are going to be out there, I'll call them and see what we can make happen.
They killed me. That ended me.
When you made that much money, did you not?
But I swear to God, Riley, if you Frank Hassel him and I vouched for you, I'm going to be highly disappointed.
House.
Well, dead people don't live in houses, right? And so why pay off a house if you don't plan to live? All right? If you're going to blow your brains out, if you're going to swallow a bunch of pills, why would you pay off your house? Blow the money and then blow your brains out.
You're going to swallow a bunch
but
of
you
McDonald's.
seem to keep going to that for all of your bad financial decisions.
Well, that's because of all my bad financial decisions. That's why I made them. I wouldn't have made them otherwise. Why else would I have made them? What would be the reasoning behind it? If you're going to live, you should keep your money for retirement. If you don't plan to live, you should spend it. That seems pretty obvious.
But you are in your situation, and it is people. Here's the thing that my main issue is that you put out this documentary that is exposing everything about you, but you seem annoyed when people have opinions about a documentary where you want them to have opinions.
What?
And
What have I been annoyed? What have I been annoyed by?
On Twitter, I've seen you not be very happy.
No,
he's not happy whether or not people are giving him his opinions. He's consistent. That's the one consistent thing about Boogie is his unhappiness. What the fuck? You can't use that against him.
Titled, 1.3 million. I can send you a screenshot right now if you want to see it. But that said, 1.3 million is a tremendous amount of money. I should still have money left. If I hadn't made stupid money decisions, I would have still had it. But no, I'm not annoyed with anybody who's mad about the documentary. You should be.
Holy shit, we even have Keemstar. What the fuck is going on? I'm in the Twilight Zone right now. We got Keemstar here. We got Bill Gates here.
Like Mudahar is a farmer. Boogie is a lolcow. Keemstar is the fucking ranch owner, dude. He's the guy that's setting all this shit up. He loves this stuff. He lives for this drama shit. He's enjoying it very much.
Here.
Is Bill Gates here? I like Bill Gates, give me money. Anyway, by the way, I'm not even supposed to talk about this stuff here. You gotta go to the local podcast
right now.
Hear shit.
Boogie's like, shit. I'm not supposed to talk about this stuff.
Like this. We just recorded
Save
our
it
first
for the
episode.
podcast.
Go follow it here on YouTube. Go follow it on Twitter. It's fucking insane. I go off for 20 minutes about my situation with Mudahar. Mudahar just made a video about me today. Go follow the Local Podcast. You'll be really glad you did.
But video. What the but Boogie, do you realize, man, even with the corner that you backed yourself in, you could live stream and be okay, dude.
I'm literally doing it right now. I'm literally doing it right now.
There you go.
I'm literally doing it right now.
But I have to ask you a tough question.
Sure.
Can you psychologically handle the live streaming?
I don't know. Time will tell. I'm in probably the best mental health state that I've been in a really long time, which is to say not great still. But it's the best I've really been in. And I'm at peace with everything. I'm at peace with the polycythemia. I'm at peace with the girlfriend. I'm at peace with my body. I'm at peace with my mind. I'm at peace with my financial situation. And it's a good place to be.
Thank you for the shrooms.
Then if you could handle it, then you'll be okay. Because that's where, you could do all right. But
yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm doing all right on YouTube, I'll tell you, since these view numbers are up. But I don't think they'll stay up. But I started talking about some video games and stuff.
But you'll shoot another fucking warning shot or get another boxing match. You'll do something, Boogie. You always do. You always do something that ropes us back into your life.
People seem to really like me doing commentary again. And I'm enjoying doing commentary again. Go follow me on YouTube if you haven't seen my commentary videos in a while. I think you'll like what I'm doing over there.
Do it.
Yeah, go follow me on Twitch. You might like what I'm doing there.
Consistently.
Everybody who continually asks, Roger Wilco's in the chat says, this is a response to Boogie saying, you don't plan to save if you plan to die, right? And Roger Wilco says, but what if you live? Then are we supposed to feel sad you blew all your money hoping to die? No, you're not supposed to feel sad. You're not. He's a content creator. He's creating the content he can create, and some of it might seem a little manipulative, might seem a little creepy, might seem a little dirty, but as a content creator, that's kind of his right to do so. And everybody who says that they're calling him out for his manipulative behavior is also kind of benefiting off of his poor behavior, because now they're monetizing it and making views off of it too, like maybe we are in this moment.
Do it.
There's a whole lot of creepy behavior going on.
And you know what, man? Be more positive again. Don't be a misery merchant.
I mean, that's do you hear me being a misery merchant tonight? I'm happy as a pig and shit. I'm glad to talk to you, Rich. I haven't talked to you in years.
You sound, there's a different tone to your voice though, and I'm trying to. And Keemstar, you could tongue twist my asshole. I'm not milking him. You could come milk my nipples.
And to further defend Boogie's poor manipulative behavior, if these channels that covered him at his worst ever bothered covering him at his best, maybe he'd be the Mr. Rogers of YouTube again. But they only focus on the worst. So farmers, gotta say, he might not be a cow if you didn't want that milk.
Jesus Christ. Stop milking. Listen, milk my butt cheeks.
Everybody go right now.
By the way, I would have a rich butt cheek milkshake if someone bothered to milk them cheeks.
Podcast,
I would try it.
Lolcow Live on YouTube, Lolcow Live on Twitch, Lolcow Live on Instagram. Here's what you're going to get if you follow that, okay? You're going to see me and Jordy and Tommy C arguing every week. I mean, I basically screamed at Tommy C, and he screamed at me in this last episode, okay? And then on top of that, you're going to get to see Keemstar, who is pretty good at roasting people, Mudahar, who abjectly despises me. I'm telling you, if I was on Mudahar's front porch on fire right now, he wouldn't piss on me to put me out. That's how much he dislikes me. And you're going to get to see Nicholas Diorio, as well as other guests, come on to that show and roast the living out of us to our face. It's a good time. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm actually excited about the show because I get to I get to let go, man. I get to just scream at Tommy C. I get to scream at Jordy. I get to have a good time. That's one of the cool things about this documentary, Rich. Is it's like they said in Game of Thrones, right? Wear what you are on your sleeve, and they, wear it as armor, and they can never use it against you. I am a guy who wasted his money. I'm a guy who did a bunch of stupid shit, and it's in the past, and I'm just trying not to do it anymore.
I promise you, Boogie will do stupid shit again. So don't worry about the Lolcow podcast, okay? If Boogie goes on if Boogie starts making his life better, one of the other guys will fuck up. I promise. God won't allow us to go without milk.
Look, and I'm not trying to downplay being suicidal, but I was saying earlier in the stream, you could have at least paid off the damn house and then in that home.
But shoulda, woulda, coulda. Some people made money like Boogie and paid rent and never even bought property. It sucks. It's hindsight is fucking 2020.
Yeah.
We can all bark on Boogie's porch for him not paying off the house, but it happened, and the best we can do right now is hope Boogie is homeless and desolate, and his child wife leaves him for a better person, like the person in the comments that was going to save her. Go run to that person in the comments who said they could save you, child wife. Go run to them. They're going to save you from Trauma Bond Boogie. Trauma Bond 2988. Get out of the house.
Don't live in houses, Rich, and I didn't have enough to pay
But
off the house.
you're still, which I'm glad, but you're still here.
Yeah, well, I mean, mistakes happen. I've made worse mistakes than wasting this money. Look what I did to my body. That's infinitely worse than wasting $500,000. You know?
Keemstar, I swear to God, I am going to put on one of those where the women have the nipples and I'm going to put milk in them, and then I'm going to breastfeed you. I'm not milking. I heard Boogie wanted a link, and I gave Boogie a link.
Oh, I didn't ask for the link. Somebody said you wanted me to come in here, so I thought I would.
Oh, we both had. Oh, we both got mine then.
Did you?
You both got milked.
Yeah, that's what happened right there, because they were like, "Oh, Rich from Review Tech wants to talk to you. Oh, Boogie wants to talk to you."
This is a Mobius strip of milkies.
You have Mike Klum on. You really should. He's a really fun guy to talk to.
I did have Mike Klum on.
Yeah,
yes.
I was about to say, you do your show. He likes you. He's a good fan.
Yeah, so he came on. So listen, man, just my final statement to you is just be entertaining.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen, we've had really entertaining streams in the past, haven't we? Let's do it again.
Yes, we have. Let's do one again.
You still sound like you're in shell shock, which I understand. I respect that. Watching this thing has been emotional for me. It's been emotional for everybody. It's emotional for Mike, who made the thing. So I get it. I respect it. I understand. But when you're feeling less emotional about it and you want to just hang out and have some fun, let's do that.
Yes.
Boogie's a rare person. Boogie is an honest person. Not the most honest. Onision is the most honest YouTuber.
He's the fact machine.
Boogie has an advantage because, most liars You could say, you know how I can tell they're lying? Because their mouth's open. But not Boogie. His mouth could be open because he's eating. That's what makes him halfway honest.
Let's do it.
And now everybody leave Rich's stream and go follow me on Twitch right now and watch me play Mario. I need the money way worse than Rich does.
I'm too stoned to think.
I know
of
that
anything
laugh, that facetious laugh. I do that a lot when I fucking take jabs too.
Oh shit! Are you stoned right now?
Oh, I'm high as hell.
What are you on?
This is. I'm just medical marijuana. I have
Isn't that
like the
shit
breath
amazing,
spray.
dude?
And the spray you got to be careful with because it could like you'll be like completely sober and then 10 seconds later it drop kicks you in the balls, and that's where I'm at right now.
I'm all about the edibles, man. My girlfriend has really severe social anxiety. She does really well with it though these days, and the way that she does so well with it is medical marijuana. And so she's pretty consistently, if we have to go somewhere, if we have to do something, we have to film, she gets high first. And boy, it's a wonder drug. It's a wonder drug. The difference between her on her medical marijuana and her not, it's it's night and day. It's night and day. It's beautiful. It's a wonder drug.
Yes, audience, I would let Muda on if Boogie would stay on. I can't keep
Yeah,
him
I mean, if Muda wants to, is Muda around? Hi, Muda.
Yeah, believe me, I just want to let it be known if he wants to come on, I am not stonewalling that.
Yeah, if Mood is around, he's welcome to do whatever he wants to do, man.
Oh.
I mean, at the end of the day, I said this on the Locale podcast. You'll have to wait to hear it there, but I said all my grievances with Muda. I have no grievances, and apparently Muda said his grievances on a YouTube video tonight, and I guess hopefully we're in a good place after that. But I mean, as good as...
I noticed Boogie went private on Twitter, at least for a little while.
Yeah. This place can be where a guy openly hates you, That guy openly fucking hates me, which... Honestly, I don't entirely blame him, But you want to hear my point of view of it, you got to listen to the Locale podcasts.
What? You say that, though, it sounds like you're disingenuous when you say that.
Why lull the cow when you can get the milk for free?
You're angry that he had this video out about you. I could hear it.
No, not at all. I knew it was coming. He even gave me a warning that it was coming. I pretty obvious last couple of conversations I had that this was coming.
0 contributions.
And we obviously put a documentary out there for people to react to. Me and Mike have said.
What the fuck? All these donos aren't even ours.
Yeah, I wish they were ours. Everyone, please like the stream if you haven't already. That'd be very helpful. And then, yeah, we do have the tip train getting rolling here. If anyone wants to take part,
if you want to react to it, watch the entire thing. Watch it on your live streams. Watch it on your YouTube videos. Watch whatever you want to do. That's why it's out there.
Not ever. He is what happens when Alex Jones becomes a conspiracy theorist and he's on hellish shrooms.
I admitted to some really stupid shit.
Stories for days.
We have Mudahar is here. He said, Muda, can I send you a link? I am failing worse than Leafy did right now when he was trying to be a moderator because I'm stoned as hell. And
you're promoting drugs.
I'll get you the invite. I am not equipped right now to handle this. I am just being honest. This is a shit show. I'm here for it. But I feel like when
I'm trying to play Mario at the same time, so it's a little complicated. By the way, hold on, let me do a little shout outs on my stream.
I may need to.
He cut the shout outs.
Listen, holy.
What's up, Lando Commandy?
As I'm getting shirtless to be the professional that I am. So you did not give a heads up, or Muda didn't give you a heads up, Boogie, because you blocked him, apparently.
Yeah, wait, how could you say that I gave you a heads up? That doesn't make any sense.
Because you've been mad at me for like a week. I knew it had to be coming.
I'm not mad at you.
We're just like disgusted with my behavior.
To be mad at you would mean that you would have to like matter to me personally.
Well, that's true.
I don't get mad at you. I can't.
Right.
I don't have the time. It's just like I think you're a compulsive liar. Is sort of the.
I respect that. I understand that.
I'm not mad, bro. I'm not triggered at you. I'm triggered at the situation.
Yeah. How can you say you respect that? Like, this is the thing that I don't get. Like, you respect that somebody believes you're a compulsive liar.
That's a very respectful. That's very respectful.
That's not respectful. That's not respectful. Like, you should.
I would rather respect your opinion than accept it as fact.
better yourself instead of
Well,
just
I
saying,
am,
"Oh,
but-
that's respectful." What are you doing?
What
to
I'm
better
saying is I
yourself?
have lied in the past. I'm doing my best to not lie. That's
But
pretty
you
simple.
literally okay, so you've lied in the past. What have you done very recently? Because like in the last few months, you've literally like blatantly lied. Like that whole boxing fight thing. It's funny because catching you in a lie is the easiest
What is the
thing
what
in
is
the
the what did
entire
I lie
world.
about the boxing fight thing?
You said that you had $1,500 in boxing, like to pay for boxing.
Oh no,
lessons.
Mike Klum said on my live stream he fudged those numbers. He didn't get those numbers from me. He'll openly tell you.
And so hold on. You watched this
documentary.
documentary before it came out in its entirety, and we're okay with that then?
I didn't pay attention to the numbers like most of the text. Like, for example, he said that I was on a drug that I'm not on. Apparently, one of the drugs he wrote the name of. I'm on like a muscle relaxer called bupropion or something like that.
Mhm.
He wrote like bupropion, which is a drug people take to recover from opiate addiction. Oh, thank you, baby.
So now
Oh, thank you,
you're
baby.
implying that the documenter that you worked with is a liar. So
No,
that
I'm just
brings up
saying
his.
he- No,
that
I'm just
brings his
saying
entirety
He's
into that
saying
brings-
the documenter made some mistakes in his documentary, and he's also saying he didn't bother correcting them. Do you expect somebody who you're calling out for habitual lying to pay attention to the numbers and care about correcting them?
Yeah.
It's like you can nitpick and poke and find a ton of shit here. It's there, but you also can't hold Boogie to the same standard you would hold yourself to. He's not you. We know this.
higher like integrity and the future of his channel.
No,
into
I'm just
question.
saying. I'm just saying that he made a couple mistakes when it came to the numbers, and made a couple
So
mistakes when it came
before
to
that,
the text.
before that documentary came out, why didn't you call him up and say, "Hey, can you fix that mistake? It's pretty fucked up."
Because I didn't.
Because
catch
it is pretty fucked up.
I didn't really read any of the text. It's not something I was paying
kind
a
of
lot
an
of attention to.
important-
We watched it together on.
And the funniest thing is, it's not even the text, by the way, too. You said it in the documentary. You talked
What did I
about
say?
the boxing training, didn't you?
Oh no, I know I did spend more money than I got paid. It's just not that particular way. I could break it down for if you want to know.
Okay, but in that clip, Rich, can you put that clip on again where he's discussing his like boxing match, like his the $10,000 and like all the expenses he got?
Yeah,
We're
go
all
ahead.
here, so we might as well just watch it together.
Yeah.
Where do you know the point it's in your video? Also, Boogie, do you still have 30-something thousand in crypto right now?
Fuck, if I was Boogie, and this is how I know I'm such a good manipulator. If I was Boogie right here when they were calling him out on the 1,500 for training, I'd just be like, dude, it was weight training. That's the type of food I had to eat. That's the type of food I had to eat to protein pack for my fucking fight.
It was
That
bulking.
food
He was
training.
bulking, bro.
Exactly. That was the training I was going through. That's the amount of more money I had to spend every month on food. And they would fucking get so pissed at that. Everybody, you spent $1,500 on food. That was the training I could do was to eat better. Like, I would play that up so fucking well, and it would piss everybody off 10 times more than they're already mad.
I did at the beginning of the year. I've got crypto's up right now, so I'm up to about 9. But about last week, I had about 6.7. But I got about.
I don't
9,000
understand
now.
why you don't cash that out.
Because you only take the loss when you sell it, and like I guess the $6,000 could disappear tomorrow, but that's not really going to make or break.
Yeah,
it. But if it goes-
everything based on trends, crypto's going to go up for a while right now.
It's going up right
thing-
now.
This thing's saying, why don't you take it all out now? Why don't you take it all? It's probably better for Boogie to leave his crypto in the crypto right now. The trend is upward. It has been. If he takes it out as he needs it, that's about as good as having a savings account. He'll probably get a better return this way if he keeps it in. And like, he could lose it all tomorrow. He could, but he's probably in the right on this one.
He should keep it in, but he should also have an exit plan to when to take it out. He shouldn't try to like keep riding because it doesn't go up perpetually. It will go back down. So he should.
Based on trends, it's probably going to go up until after the election. The history of crypto, if we look at it, if it goes by every other election cycle we've had, it'll go up until after then.
Yeah, there's a good chance it's already going up.
Not financial advice. Not financial advice. Not medical advice when we talk about drugs either. The only advice I could give you 100% without having to say it's not da-da-da advice is sexual advice.
up, I could definitely use the money. You know, if it goes down 1,000, it's probably not going to make a huge difference.
But do you understand
But if it goes
how
up 1,000,
wild
that
that
could help.
is? Like, you're complaining about money, and how
Yeah.
much is it worth right now in asset-wise, like according to your app?
About $9,000 or so.
So $9,000, right?
I cash it
How
out
much
as
is
I
your
need it.
mortgage?
I cash it out as I need it. So at the beginning of December, I'll pull out $2,000 and pay my mortgage. It's like a savings account. I just treat it like a savings account. Except this savings account makes me money sometimes.
It's not a savings account because it's literally the most negatively volatile asset you have.
I don't know. It's held really steady for the last 2 years.
Yeah, because it lost 99% of its fucking value.
Right,
so how low can it go?
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
what do you mean?
That's why I went in there. How low can it go? That's exactly
It is
my
going
point.
up. If you look at the last 2 years from the dropping point, it's just gone up since then.
Yeah, it's going up.
Boogie has a point here. You could say it's a volatile asset and have a point there, but in application, it has been going up. Boogie has at least been right about that.
Can you take that money out and maybe put it into like index funds or
Well,
like
if
move
I
that
had
shit
taken,
around?
well, no, I'm going to need it in the next 60 days, roughly.
So here's what I don't understand. You have $750,000 and you just decide to put all of it into crypto when that money could have went into
Here's the reveal. He didn't
So I
put
had-
$750,000 into crypto.
$250,000.
That's what literally the documentary that you were on
I understand.
said. Did
That's
you
the
not catch
most
that
I
either?
had was 700,000. When I initially invested in crypto, I had 250,000.
So why did you let him write you lost $600,000 in crypto?
Because that's about how much I lost. My max amount was about 700,000, and so if I sold that day, I would have had 700,000.
So 700,000 was the peak value of his crypto.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
put in $250,000 is what it sounds like.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, he lost everything he had gained from it.
Yeah.
Math doesn't make sense.
Well, the math should make sense. Well, let me walk you through it, okay? Now, let's imagine you have $250,000, okay, which
Sure,
is what I
yeah.
had. Now you invest it, okay? Now it goes up to $800,000, okay? Now if you sold it, then how much money would we have? $800,000.
Well, you'd have to pay taxes on it, so you'd be paying like a few $100,000. Yeah.
Right? But I didn't. I sold it when it was considerably less than that.
So you're telling me you put $250,000 in, you made like $750,000. That was your peak, right? Like the asset that was valued.
Yep.
So why the wouldn't you cash it out then? Or are you just like greedy? Was it literally like a gamble?
Are you
Like,
just greedy?
It literally
It
sounds like you're
was-
playing fucking roulette.
I went to, I mean, it was kind of like gambling, honestly, Moody. But I went to bed one night. I was invested in a small shit coin called, it was either Uni or, I don't know, Michael Green could tell you the other one. But one of them was Uni, one of them was, I don't know. But I went to bed and it lost 60% value overnight. I woke up the next morning and I sold what I had. But that didn't really matter because I lost. I went from about 700,000 back down to about 200,000.
I mean, this is just, I don't even like really, like, first off, the math is incredibly weird. I feel like
Urban
it's
Master
probably-
says, why is he attacking him? Does he have a blood rivalry with Boog or something? No, he doesn't have the time to have a problem with Boogie. He said that earlier.
50,000 doubles, and then and adds another 60%. It goes from 250,000 to 700,000. And then I went to bed, and the asset lost 80%, 90%. You know what a market crash is, I'm sure. And so the market crashed, and you know how your stocks are worth a certain amount at one point, and they're worth different at another. So I woke up the next day.
Yeah, I know how
and
the
a different
stock
amount.
market works. You're in the crypto market. This is a completely degenerate operation, but yes.
It's degenerate? I don't know. I mean,
Yes, the stock market's not degenerate.
yeah.
Well, I understand. You know, I
So
should've never-
after
I
you
should've
got
never-
so hold on, you put in 250,000, you got up to 750. How much did it drop to?
One thing about crypto is that the market never closes. The stock market does close, for the day, and it's closed on weekends and holidays. But like shit could happen in the crypto market while you're sleeping at night. Like your shit could crash or rise, overnight.
About 200,000, 250,000 overnight.
And you didn't decide maybe I should cash out then? No, you let it go all the way down to 30 after that.
Well, I did. I did cash out then.
So
but
you
what do you
cashed
think
out
I've what do you think I've-
$200,000?
Yeah, what do you think I've lived off of since 2000 or 2020? I've had to live off something.
So what was Mike showing in his documentary where you had 30,000 in assets still remaining in a crypto account?
Well, I put it back into Ethereum, which is a really safe investment. Ethereum and Bitcoin are really safe investments once they're at the bottom of the market.
Jesus Christ. Bitcoin
I
and
don't know.
Ethereum are
I mean,
safe investments. So now you
haven't
had $200,000. You couldn't put any of that money into like the index,
Mudahar
the
is thinking long-term investments, and Boogie is not. Like you could hear Mudahar going, Jesus Christ. And like in his mind, like he's thinking from someone who is looking towards 20 years. Boogie is thinking from someone who's looking towards 2 months. He said this earlier in the podcast. They're not on the same wavelength.
Literally buy the average of a tech stock and like let that raise year after year. I mean, this isn't financial advice, by the way, but most financial advice is.
I could have, and that obviously would have been the smart thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe you could have put it into the house because that's clearly a very safe, appreciating asset.
Yeah, one of the things I really regret. I mean, at this point, and I'm very lucky, and I've been open about this. This house says it's worth probably, and people pointed this out after the doc. I wasn't aware of this, but this house's value is closer to like $450,000. I paid $250. I owe about $150 on it. So theoretically, after closing costs, I could.
The math that you just told me makes it sound like you put in a value of money into cryptocurrency. It raised, and then you lost, but you cashed out roughly around the same value you put in. So it doesn't really sound like you lost $600,000 in crypto, then, right? It just sounds like you're gambling.
Again.
What's the valuation of your house right now, Boogie?
Well, like I just said, I've got about $150,000 left on the debt, and it looks like that I could sell it. Zillow tells me I could sell it for $450,000. So it looks like.
Forget Zillow for a second. Have you talked to a realtor or something too?
I mean, like Zillow does. I mean, like Zillow could give you a fairly accurate estimate on the value of a property.
Yeah.
So I don't know. He seems like he's being a little too nitpicky here with everything.
Of course, but
just talk to a realtor. Okay.
That's why Boogie gets to be a lolcow, because people nitpick him and he fucking falls for it.
This is the thing about
we're not
video.
there yet.
This is the thing about the video. Why don't you again? Maybe there's like a sentimental thing to this house, but like if you can't afford the home,
if I was having this argument with Mudahar, I'd be like, dude, do you want to come be my accountant? You care so fucking much about my finances? I'm having a tough time. I've been doing YouTube for 16 years. I'm going to come to my fans and tell them how I feel and how things are going to be if they don't fucking help me, because I need help right now. And if they don't care to help me, guess what? I'm fucked. But if they do help me, guess what? I get a couple more months to try and recover from my fucking downward spiral. If you want to help me, help me. If you don't want to help me, keep making videos about me, because guess what? I make more money when you do.
So like an apartment or like a smaller property.
Well, unfortunately, if I want to stay near my doctors and I want to stay near my medical centers, I need to stay in Northwest Arkansas. And
Northwest Arkansas doesn't have any like apartments for you to go
do.
get?
You can get apartments here for as cheap as $900 to $1,000. But then I would have to kick out one of my roommates, who's very close and dear to me. We've lived together for 25 years. He's my best friend. He's like a brother to me. I don't want to lose him. So then we're going to have to pay more for a second bedroom. Why
don't you and him split the rent with each other?
I don't talk about that. He's got his personal life and he's other than just he's got his personal issues. And
but it sounds like
Boogie and I are friends. This is the Drunken Peasant scoop. I normally wouldn't share personal info about my friends unless it was behind a paywall, but I'm feeling generous tonight. Christmas is coming up. Boogie's roommate wipes his ass for him. Professional ass wiper.
Are you
Boogie's
serious?
No.
It sounded too out there to be true, but stranger things could happen. You know?
No, as long as I've known Boogie, as many conversations as we've had, his roommate is very much a mystery to me. This is something that is private to him and his life, and I kind of respect that he has some of those things left, and that he stands up and doesn't get pried into it here. Pretty fucking cool of Boogie not to get lolcowed into exposing that here either.
You feel like you want to support this person, and it's great and all, but you can't afford to keep yourself afloat, and you can't. So how can you add on a dependent is the thing, right? That's a big problem.
I mean, at the end of the day, he does bring in. Again, his life is personal. Let's leave his life personal. It's very important to me. It's very important to him that his life is personal. But
it's part of you. But it's part of your equation that you're discussing right now.
He's currently a null-sum game. I don't spend any money on him, and so you don't need to worry.
He's like, look, the amount of money I would spend on toilet paper, to wipe my own ass, I make back in paying him to scoop it out with his bare hands. Okay?
If I had to move into a smaller apartment, though, I might have to and have to work something out. But if we can keep this house to $2,100 instead of paying $1,100 somewhere around here, I think it's nice to build equity rather than just give it all to a landlord. And also, renting in Arkansas sucks. You guys may not be aware of this, but
renting anywhere sucks.
Yeah, but especially in Arkansas. In fact, you can Google this. It is the worst state in the nation.
But just think about it like this, okay? You how much is your current like home mortgage? $2,200? $2,100? Okay, so $2,100 versus like $900. That is slashing your like that is slashing your housing costs.
Don't think of it as stupidly as he could rent. He could sell the house and he could get a smaller place that he buys.
If and when the time comes, that's obviously something I'll do. But I'd rather
but here's the thing.
Live stream more. I'd rather try to make more YouTube videos.
If you don't do it now, then you don't really have an option. You don't have that leeway.
I just looked this up, and Arkansas is not known as the worst state for renters.
What is?
This map, the darker the state, the worse it is for renters, according to Consumer Affairs. Arkansas is actually among one of the better ones, according to this. So, California, Nevada, New York
is horrible for renters.
Apparently, there's
that
different.
Can't be true, can it?
Yeah, they're going by. Median monthly rent, median annual income, rent percentage of income, average monthly electric bill, vacancy rate, so how easy it is to find a place, and then there's legally regulated late fees. No, it ranks 50 out of the 50 states. It says California's the worst.
Well, this must be one of them red states making the demographics of this map.
Here's the best states for renters.
What's that blue one down there?
Which one? Oklahoma?
The bottom.
Oh, Alabama?
Yeah, this is the best state for renters who like to stay at home and fuck their sister.
No, I think, they show how they measure this.
Roll Tide. Buff Weeb, our boy Big Diesel, says Arkansas sucks. I hate it here. I will say most Arkansas homes are privately owned, so your landlord's pretty chill.
Future. That's the thing, right? Like, this is like somebody who has $200,000 in the bank.
Did you see on the Twitterverse that Dick Masterson is asking around whether people think it would be funny to make an ISOM porn movie? Have you thought about maybe auditioning for the role of ISOM in the ISOM porn movie? The one problem, the majority of people responding said it would only be funny if it was a gay porn. But I think it would be funny if it was just a cool porn.
And they want to be adamant in living in their mansion in Los Angeles. Yeah, you can do that for like 4 or 5 months. But when that time comes to downsize, your options to downsize are incredibly difficult because you have no liquid assets to deal with.
So you may not know a lot about this, but the audience might not know about it. But I've learned about it a lot. I've had this loan for a long time, and so when you have a loan, you're building equity, and it's a 15-year loan. So a huge chunk of what I'm putting into the mortgage is mine to keep. And so once you sit down and do the math, it's way less of a savings than you're thinking.
Oh, shit. Look at Boogie with a quality point.
It's my money to keep.
Okay, but how much is your house's value raising year after year, though? You live in Arkansas. It's not Los Angeles.
It went from 270.
Property values are going up in a lot of places.
But even if the property value doesn't going up, Boogie paying the property value in him owning the property versus him paying the landlord is a pretty good deal.
When I bought it in 2015.
Antonio Perez says Billy literally finds any reason possible to defend this guy. Did you not watch earlier when I said I would be taking the side of Boogie, not as him being right, but as him being fat? Antonio Perez, you're late to the game. I've said my disclaimer. I love Mudahar. I'm friends with his wife. I'm friends with Boogie. I have skin in the game. I want both of them to succeed. I want Mutahar to continue harping on Boogie because the more views Boogie gets off of this, the better money he makes, the more he can pay for this house. Fuck yeah, I'm defending Boogie at all costs because he's fat, not because he's my friend.
It's popping off. We have the home of Walmart. We have the home of Tyson. We have the home of JB Hunt, 3 of the largest companies in the world. There's 2,000 small businesses that want to do business with Walmart that have to keep an office open in Northwest Arkansas. Tyson just moved.
Austin Wardell says that's what you do for your friends, Antonio. Doesn't mean we have to agree. I don't even want you to agree. If you think Boogie's a creep and a sicko, fuck it. That'll probably make him more money.
I'm not going to quote it because I don't want to be wrong, but it's like several hundreds of jobs to Northwest Arkansas, which caused a huge spike. And a huge chunk of my money goes directly into equity because this loan is so matured at this point. So at the end of the day, I would rather keep the home as best I could, take care of the people that I can take care of, keep building equity. And I honestly think it puts me in a tightrope situation where it makes me stream more. It makes me make more YouTube videos.
It's like the fire being lit under his ass that puts him to work.
It makes me try harder.
See, I don't really see that. You've been on a tightrope situation for the last couple of years.
Yeah. Well, it's never been this tight. This is as tight as it gets. You know.
And see, this is the thing. Like, yeah, sure, it's cool, but like, how can you ever expect anybody to feel bad for that? It sounds like you just gambled away your money, and that's what it is. You know.
Right. If you look at this documentary we made, does that look like a documentary that was designed to make somebody feel bad for me? Of course not.
It was obviously designed for him to say, despite me being too fat to wipe my own ass, despite me being a pig that sits around drinking Mountain Dew and playing Magic cards, despite all that, I'm still pulling women, baby. Sometimes I pay $200,000 for them, and sometimes they're 20-year-olds that come to live with me, but I'm still fucking. That's what this entire documentary should have said. Boogie's still fucking.
She's a 9 out of 10 by the body.
She's a 9 out of 10 by the heart.
By the body. That's what JF said about Boogie's girlfriend.
It felt like that was the intention, but because you're somebody that I believe you... No, it looks like that from its intention. I mean, do you not understand how bad this documentary makes you look? When you were out doing
That's my point. That's exactly my point. Yeah. Because shooting welcome to Sub Club, whenever you get a radio sub, your number to go like this.
When you were out trying to get a job.
My friend.
When you were out trying to
Everybody's only mad at Boogie because he's having more sex than they are.
Whatever. Like, what happened with that? Like, why did you absolutely throw away that opportunity? Like,
so we went in.
You took a dump all over that.
We went into the job interview. That is not a job interview. It's a staffing agency. To be
exactly. You're doing a mock interview.
Hold on.
Cool. Exactly.
So it is a staffing agency, and we talked a little bit beforehand.
You got to be staffable, though.
Right. We talked a little bit beforehand and made it abundantly clear that there was not anything this company was going to be able to do for us.
See, I can talk.
So I decided to have fun with it. And I just went into my Andy Kaufman mode, tried to have fun with it. And that's what we put into the doc. And the extended scene, I hope, shows that very clearly. But walking into that staffing agency in the first 5 minutes, we knew there's nothing this company could do for me. So why not have fun with it? I also did the same thing.
Is that like the attitude you have when you walk into anything that could change your life? It's like, this couldn't happen. There's nothing could do it.
Well, no, once they tell me
change his life
that it can't, then sure, yeah. Once they tell me that,
in that video, like, she pretty much said, hey, if you have the mentality of I can't, then you won't. And she was right.
Right, but that's after
is Muda becoming the lol cow because he's responding to the documentary like it's 100% fact? Is this somehow Muda being milked here? Like, documentaries are rarely ever fact, right? They always have a bias. They always have editing. They always have a little fucking fantasy around them. We know that. We've seen that. Michael Moore, his shit falls apart when you start inspecting a lot of this stuff. All these documentaries have a little bit of movie magic in them, despite them being looked at as a reality. They all still have movie magic. Boogie said just now, I went in within, Boogie could be lying too, like call him out for lying. But he just said, we went in within a couple minutes. It was obvious they weren't going to be able to help me. So I took it and I made something entertaining out of it. Now you could say that's disingenuous, that's manipulative, but then again, that's what you're accusing of him right there. And he just admitted to it. And it's also what you do for fucking content. You manipulate things for content.
It was after we were abundantly clear there's nothing this company would be able to do for me.
So you walk into an interview and you tell them, okay, listen, this is all the negative things about me. By the way, if you look up me on the internet, you might hear me beat my wife, or I'm all this shit.
Right,
It's like,
yeah,
like that's gonna like that is that.
Right, I would never have done that. I would have never done that if there was a chance that I could get a job there. Obviously.
Okay, what about the time when Meta PCs offered you a job? Why didn't you take that?
Because that was a bit. How does people not realize that was just a bit? He never offered a job. I'm one of their affiliates, man. We were trying to sell PCs. You guys have to know that, right? Like, ask Zach. Ask Zach. That was never an offer. Zach will confirm that.
I don't even know what the bit was, so I can't. Say.
Yeah, it's like these are like some insanely like bits that just fly over everyone's head for some reason. It's kind of
they fly over everyone's head for some reason.
I haven't seen
because you're taking these people at face value. You can't take YouTubers at face value. Holy shit. Why didn't you take the job from Meta PCs? Well, because I had a fucking affiliate link, and the promo was that they were offering me a job, but hopefully my fans would see that, laugh that Boogie's not going to take a job with them, and maybe buy a PC. It's advertising.
Yeah.
It could very well be a bit. I'm just saying I haven't seen it.
Which is why I respect the opinion that people think I'm a compulsive liar, because sometimes this stuff is, yes, Zach wasn't actually offering me a job. We were trying to sell some PCs. I wasn't actually getting offered a job that day. If I did, I would have taken it very seriously. But we knew there was no job to be had here, so I decided to Andy Kaufman it a little bit. Why not?
This is what I wanted to bring up. Classy Tech actually brought up a very good point. You realize the housing bubble could burst, right? What happens if it bursts? Then your housing
he still owns it. He still owns it. Whether the house bursts or not, renting, all that money's gone either way. If his house goes in half, the money he put in is still half his.
And you actually...
Right, but like I said, if I sell tomorrow, I clear $225,000 after repairs, closing costs, new carpets, new paint, all this stuff. And I do need that money. I'd love to have it. Where do I go?
You downsize into like an apartment or something, man. Like something small.
Or
like
a small condo.
Yeah, like a condominium, exactly.
That
Like a
you
2-bedroom
own.
condominium. That's not going to be too much.
But if you look in Northwest Arkansas, there's not a lot of options. In a price range that makes a lot of sense. We sat down.
Everybody's saying buy something cheaper. Everybody's saying buy something cheaper. He might end up having to do that. But right now, he's trying not to do that. That's definitely an option.
Hold on. I know you guys don't believe I have friends, but I sat down with my CPA.
Who said that?
A lot of people. Like people. Every time I mention I have a friend who has a job, they're like, "You don't have a friend."
Who says that? I don't say that.
Well, I had a friend in PR, and they're like,
"You don't have a friend."
I don't say that. Well, he didn't say you said that. He said you guys might say I don't have any friends. Correct him and say no. I don't.
He had friends. He had friends in the documentary.
We saw the documentary, Boogie. We know you have friends.
Yeah.
Pay them with pizza to hang out with you.
That has a Fed. So what I tell you, I know
we're not those people. So I believe you have a friend.
Well, I do have a CPA friend who's been helping with some tax shit, and we sat down one day. And we've discussed a bunch of different things. The most promising thing, and this is something I don't want to do, and I talked about this when Tom was here. He wants me to get on a disability trust because I am disabled. I've been disabled since 2007. And I can draw benefits. The problem is we would have to take all my existing assets, put it into a trust, and then I could get back on Medicare and I'd have health insurance again. So that's something we're considering doing. But on top of that, we've sat down and we've crunched the numbers. And we've not found a lot of things that make a lot of sense other than just get back to
I also crunch the numbers too, because I like to research these situations and get down to the bottom of it. With Tom, actually, you said that your best earning month on YouTube was 30 grand with sponsors.
Yeah.
So explain to me real quickly. So in 2000, and I think it was 18 or 19, whatever, when you made $5,498,000 US specifically, even if you multiply 30 by 12, which is like some real utopian ass accounting, that's still not even coming close to clearing 498,000. So like, what is up with these weird discrepancies in like income? Like that's.
And now, if I was Boogie, and I was as manipulative and a liar as they say he is, I would say right now, I'd say, oh yeah, 30,000. That was what I took home that year. That was after taxes. And the 480,000, that was before taxes. That's the difference. That's simple. I would have said that shit.
It's $110,000 discrepancies.
I don't know, man. Like, if you need to see my taxes, I've got them all on my hard drive. You can see them. I don't know. I mean, a lot of times when I quote numbers, admittedly, a lot of times when I quote numbers, I'm not expecting that level of scrutiny. But you're welcome to see them if you need to, Muda.
But it's a documentary.
Dude, yeah, it's like this is a documentary that you.
Well, wait. So I thought you were talking about a conversation with Tom.
Yeah, with Tom, with Turkey
somewhere
Tom,
in the documentary say I made $30,000.
Yes, with Turkey Tom, a couple months ago, 5 months ago, you said that your best earning month was 30,000 with sponsors.
Yeah.
In the actual documentary,
well, it might have been closer to 32.
Years,
it might have been closer to 35. I don't know.
32 and 35 isn't going to fucking dramatically give you 110,000 extra shortfall. So what the numbers are so odd. Nothing in your math actually adds up. Like $500,000 in 1 year, and then there's tweets of you saying I paid $114,000 in like taxes or something too. So it's like,
well, if you want to see these numbers, it will bring you peace of mind. I'll just send you everything, Mood. I don't really give a shit.
I'm not your accountant. Like I'm not the IRS.
I'm not your accountant. I just want to hold you accountable.
Hold that accountant to account.
Important to you. If it's that important, I'll show you the numbers.
I think the truth is important, right? Like I think being factual. I think when you have a fan base, because one of my
it might have been 35. It might have been 35.
Issues with you
I don't know.
Is this guilt? Is this guilt tripping you do to your fan base? Especially when it comes to money.
Right now.
Especially when it comes to money, it's like I'm about to lose my house.
I made that mistake last year, and I haven't mentioned it since.
Let me explain. When it comes to money, you're always telling your fans, "I wish I could do better. I wish like I wasn't on my dire straits." And now when we're looking at your revenues and you're talking about your earnings, there's such a discrepancy there. So am I supposed to believe that?
I can fix these discrepancies for you. I'll set you down, and you can see them.
Am I supposed to believe that you're at your financial wits, or maybe you have more money than you let on? Because nobody has any idea. You're not giving factual numbers.
I literally posted.
And then
How could you say you're not giving factual numbers 10 seconds after he offers to give you all the numbers and you said, I'm not your accountant?
Yeah.
It's like, can you have it both ways? Maybe you can. It's the internet. Who fucking cares?
You got a little snippy with me when you tell me shit about this. And I'm telling you right now, these discrepancies are not something I
literally posted my bank account info and my crypto info in the locale chat. You can see how much money I have.
I'm not in the locale chat.
You were when I posted it last week.
You think I looked through every single thing on there? Like I'm not even a paid member of the local podcast.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you're still in it, you can go look right now.
I'm not in
unless you think I have like a stack of cash laying around. That's everything.
I'm not in that right now, nor do I see your tax information, nor do I need to see it. I just need to explain. I need you to tell me, for a man who's watched this documentary before its release and you stood by it, how could you stand by such glaring discrepancies?
Because he's lazy, he lies, he doesn't give a fuck. Is that not obvious?
So you're telling me the exact amount of money you make when that's such a big part of your like complaining
of
like
this whole thing? Yeah.
Well, I know how much money I made. I don't care what you guys know or think. That's not that important to me. I don't.
So you're willing to give us false information when we try correcting you on it? You
get a documentary.
Well, again, like I said, you got to take that up with Mike. Unfortunately, he balled out.
Wait, you gave the information.
You were the one who.
No, I didn't give him. No, I did not give him that information. I did not.
What do you mean? He had access. You were the one talking about this with him. You were in your tub showing him your bank account.
Hold on.
You were there.
Hold on a second. Okay. Let me call Mike. Let's get him in on this.
I guess Mike is like the biggest liar then, right?
No, he's not. Holy shit. Again, well, apparently he's not used to the level of insane scrutiny that you guys feel you need to have.
I guess Mike must like absolutely. What the.
If anyone else made a documentary like this that had big financial discrepancies, they'd be.
Yeah, you'd be fucking mad. You'd be yelling.
Yeah, I mean, if that's an important part of the movie, which it was, they should try to make sure it's correct, or just not mention it.
They should.
Yeah.
It's. But here's the thing, like, what's he supposed to do now? It's out there. He's offering his account. He's offering all this stuff. They're going to pick him apart either way. He's rolling into this locale podcast that Mudahar's a part of. This is just the beginning, man. They're going to be eating off of Boogie's inconsistencies for a while. And I'm here.
No, I wouldn't. I'm so used to you being wrong about me. I'm numb to it at this point.
How am I wrong about you? I called about these discrepancies. That's what I'm
talking
asking
about
you.
in the past, man. And
how have I been wrong in the past? Please explain exactly how I've been wrong in the past.
My 18-year-old girlfriend's a start when she's not 18.
I never made a public statement.
You
by the way.
tweeted that
Never.
last week. You tweeted that last week.
When did I tweet? What
you
did I
said
tweet
you're
exactly?
telling people
This
she's
is when
18.
this is when it kind of goes off the rails.
I never fucking
no,
did.
because
I never
was
did.
the one that talked about it in that leak.
No, but
chat,
you
and I
tweeted
talked
it. It's
in.
on your feed right now. You tweeted
What
out.
do you mean?
When you
You're
tell
the-
people
when
your
you
girlfriend is
tell
18.
people-
When
Yeah,
you tell
when you
people,
were
I
telling
never did.
T-Star, you
I
did.
never did.
That's what he told us
I
before
never
you got
did.
here.
But I
That's what he
didn't.
told us.
But you are factually incorrect because
Did I
I
make
never
that?
did.
Did I speak about that publicly until you made
Yes,
any mention
it's
of
on
it?
your Twitter feed.
Yeah, I quote tweeted you because you were bringing it
you
up
didn't.
That damn chicken.
publicly. Yes,
No,
I
you
did.
didn't. That was
Yes,
something.
I
That was a
did.
completely separate
Yes,
tweet.
You were the one that brought it up.
The
I
point that I'm
quote
making
tweeted
is you are
So
still
you're lying right now.
The point that I'm
And
making
by
is
the
you're
way,
still wrong.
there, I never
You're still
claimed
I have her
was
ID
18.
in my wallet. I know
claimed that
how
she
old
was
she
18.
is.
You literally just
She's
lied
not. She's
so
20 years
hard.
old.
And now you're so
How long-
mad that you got caught in this lie.
It's
Because
not a
I
lie. It's
quote-
on your Twitter
I
feed
quote-
right now.
Yeah,
Go
I
check your
quote
Twitter feed
tweeted-
right now.
I'm looking
Go
at it. I
check your
quote
Twitter
tweeted
feed right
you.
now. It's on there
Hold
right
on.
now. It's on there right now.
Here's
It's there right now. Go look at your Twitter feed. It's on there right now. I ain't lying to nobody. It's on there right now. Go look at it. It's not there. I'm not lying about anything. It's on there. You said
I'm
it.
looking at it. You're the I quote tweeted
You said it.
talking
You
about
said
it.
that I said that, and I never did. I never did. I never did. I never
Tipster in
did.
the chat.
I never did. I never did.
I never did.
I got a
I
question.
never did. I never did. I never did. But you said I did.
This is the best
That's
part.
you
When
being
you
wrong
catch him
about
in a
me.
lie,
That's
when you
you
catch him
being
in a
wrong
lie-
about
When
me.
did
That's
I-
you being wrong about me.
I literally just
That's you being wrong about me. Oh, what? How's it feel, Muda? How's it feel, Muda? How's it feel, Muda, to be caught in the lie? Woo! How's it feel,
We'll wait
Muda?
for you to calm down, I guess. Jesus Christ. And then I can deconstruct exactly how you're wrong.
How am I
quote-tweeted
wrong? Did you tweet that I
I-
said that she was 18?
Yes, I did. I quote.
I never did.
No,
I never did. I never did. I never did, though. I've never said it. I've never said it. Never.
Look at Rich.
Rich is doing that fucking claps in the remix.
Never said it.
50-year-old man, dude. Jesus Christ.
I've never said it.
Man.
I never will say.
50-year-old man, but he's dating a 20-year-old woman, so meet him halfway.
She's a 9 out of 10 by the body, as JF said.
Because she
By the body.
she's not. She never was 18 when I knew her.
Yeah,
So
I
why would I
quote-tweeted
ever
the
say
fact
it?
that you were talking about
How
me in
long?
some
How
group chat.
long? How long were you talking to her?
God damn, dude.
For?
We just celebrated our 1-year anniversary today. We officially started talking November 10th last year.
November 10th of what year?
Last year. One year.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus
Which would have made her
Christ.
19 at the time. We started dating when she was 20, when she turned 20 in March. And we've met for the first time in June.
And she legal is legal, and that's all that matters to me. But you don't think?
No, I
that
mean, it
you're-
matters to me. I wouldn't want to date an 18-year-old. You know,
Why? Don't you think that's like kind of dumping your trauma on her?
I mean,
he doesn't care. He was sitting there telling her every single health issue that he had, and she started to cry in front of him. What do you think she's going to go through?
So this is my belief. I believe, and you might disagree, but I believe that if someone is going to be in your life, they need to be informed. And so
it didn't have to be like on a video, though. Like it didn't have to be content.
Didn't have to be. Didn't have to be. It was though.
Yeah.
Let them cry and basically remind them that you're basically
People
at
who
death's
live
door.
their lives in privacy, like you get to have that. Okay, don't take that away from those of us that expose everything on the internet, please.
Oh, yeah, that's really
I
good.
wanted to
huh?
set her down and make sure she fully understood what she was walking into.
What do you think her reaction was going to be? What do you think? A normal person is going to get up and run away, or do you think they're going to get, forcibly attached to you because shit, I'm a real bad person if I run away when this person's dying?
She's got a great place to go. I don't know if you're aware of this, but do you know that one of the biggest causes of divorce is people getting sick? Did you know that? Did you know that people who have cancer, their significant others leave them very frequently? Did you know that?
Yeah,
So yes,
we know this.
One of the most common responses to someone being as sick as I am would be to leave. she chose
Yeah,
to
but
stay, and I
she's
think that's awesome.
but she's psychologically.
Yeah, but
damaged, so-
Boogie, a common response to someone being with you would also be to leave their career as a prostitute because having sex with you was so tough.
Lots of heavy lifting.
For those of you that don't know, earlier in the documentary, a prostitute goes on record saying Boogie was one of the reasons she quit being a prostitute.
Yep, and she paid for her nursing degree.
Yeah, Boogie fucking changed her life, man. The hero Boogie. He doesn't get enough credit.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's got daddy issues.
so
I mean,
am I.
shit. She even sat there and was like, "If you cheat on her, she'll still let it go because you're a YouTuber."
Yeah, we had
I mean, that
a
sounds like
really good
normal
moment.
response,
We
by
had a
the
really
way.
good moment on the live stream the other night, and she came
Mhm.
in there. I'm like, "Baby, if I ever cheat on you, you got to promise me you'll cut my dick off." And she's like, "Of course." Yeah, she's got social anxiety. She's like me. She says silly shit sometimes when the pressure's on. It's really hard.
but
sometimes.
I didn't even realize that for her to say that she would still be with you if you cheated, like it's just.
She immediately regretted saying it. Like we talked about it that night, and obviously we talked about it since
but
then.
Freudian slips are Freudian slips.
Yeah.
But it could be her trying on camera to say something daring and bold to prove how much she loves him. At that age, you say things that maybe you haven't thought through. And guess what? Boogie's 50. At that age, he says things he doesn't always think through. Maybe they're more of a match than we give them credit for.
No, it just doesn't seem healthy.
Yeah, I get that. At the end of the day, she's got loving parents that'll take care of her, and when she's ready to go, she can go, and I'll be glad to help her. At
When
the end of the
she's
day,
ready to go, she can go. What are you waiting for her to leave?
No, I'm saying if that's something she decides she wants to do, she's
You don't
welcome
think
to do it. I'll help her do it,
you don't think you're necessarily being selfish, taking away these years from her life?
I think that
What the fuck else is she
an
gonna
adult.
do?
I think
No, fuck that. Do you know how many girls go around and fuck around with guys of their own age that waste their fucking life as well? It doesn't matter if he's 50 and wasting her life versus someone who's 20 and wasting her life. The odds of her finding a lifelong partner at 20 are a lot thinner these days. Stupid fucking question.
that she has agency. I think that she knows that she has multiple places that she could be. She
Mm-hmm.
knows that she's got plenty of people that would pursue her. She's got a loving family that would take care of her. That miss her very much. We're going to go have Thanksgiving.
I'm
with her
about to start my own fucking podcast. The second LolCow podcast goes live, I'm going to react to every fucking episode as the Daywalker. Because I'm a fucking LolCow and I'm a farmer. I've been on both fucking sides of the coin. I'm the blade of this shit. I'm a fucking Daywalker. Fuck this. Fuck this. They're asking for it. I'm cutting both sides.
multiple places that she could be. She knows that she's got plenty of people that would pursue her. She's got a loving family that would take care of her. That miss her very much. We're going to go have Thanksgiving with in a couple of weeks. And she knows that she has options. If she chooses to be here, that she has every...
I wonder if Boogie will make that into content when he goes to visit her family on Thanksgiving.
He should.
People would watch it. Fuck yeah. I mean, like, he already goes all the way with it, so I mean, why not just do that too, I guess.
choice to be here. And I'm going to make it an awesome time the whole time she's here. We have a good time. We watch her shows. We play our games. We take what little time together we can. And she's happy and I'm happy. And if she's ever not happy, I fully expect her to tell me so we can solve the problem. Simple.
Hey, Rich, I'm gonna send you something in the chat. You think you can put it in on the stream?
I can't
This is
see
the-
that.
this is
We
the,
have to take
this
this
is the,
down. This is where he
old
sends
tweet.
Rich a dick pic, a Boogie's dick pic. And Rich shows the dick pic on screen.
Does he? No, because this is like an edited video. It even has like the swear words edited out of it. I'm like, what?
This is the actual tweet that Boogie is saying that I mentioned about him 18. I want you to tell me who I'm quote tweeting in this. Who started this content? Who started this first? Please.
Are you sending it Zoom or are you
I
sending
sent it to you in the Zoom meeting chat.
Yeah, read the tweet to us, please.
Yes,
I can't
read the
see
tweet
it,
exactly. And I sent you an image as well too that shows you the deleted tweet from the individual I quote tweeted. Just tell me that
Individual
individual is.
situation.
I mean, I'm not going to say I didn't start the conversation.
No.
I'm just
Shut the
saying.
You
Okay,
started.
go ahead.
You were literally hiding that. You were f***ing screaming like a baby.
I'll keep screaming at the baby. You said that she was. I said that she was 18.
All right,
and I
so
never
there's
did.
that.
I never did.
How do I
it's
see
not-
it? Can I? Is there a way to see
I
it?
never
Hold
did.
on, I'm gonna
I
get
never
that
did.
I never did.
too. I'm gonna get that too.
Sorry to do this to you when you're high, man.
It's okay. I was just gonna play with the tape deck like a nice little middle-aged man tonight, and here I am.
Yeah, who am I?
Rich looks like he just got done fucking that chicken.
Yeah. And he was just gonna play with a tape deck, and then he ended up having this.
Who started this?
What did you say though? Isn't that important too?
Look at all those desktop icons, Jesus!
It's all right
there. Y'all expected me to go
Slightly
wild
more
about
than
these
my
Keemstar
desktop.
Moodle leaks where they shit talk me. I wouldn't have expected anything else from that type of group or chat. Mudahar quote tweets, but I didn't privately shit talk you. I'm very open about my dislike of you. I think you are one very manipulative person who loves to take advantage of your fans. Creators asked you about your weird relationship when you publicized it, which you very much did, Boogie. We all thought it was creepy.
Now, again, before Boogie talks over, when he's talking about group chat is a private chat that creators have between each other. This is not a public statement of fact. Under it, I said, when you tell people a girl you met just turned 18, because Keemstar was the one that told us about this in a group chat, and we were kind of a little bit grossed out. But I didn't make a public matter-of-fact statement because that's just Keemstar's word. I'm not going to publicly defame somebody when there's no hard proof. So before you go, I never did. That's your lie that you got caught up in. So
wait,
talk your way through it.
Read the tweet again.
Your
tweet again. I'm so sorry. I'm done with some shit. read your tweet again, if you don't mind.
Y'all expect me to go wild about these Keemstar?
No. His tweet, the one where he says that I was telling people that she was 18. Can you tell me that part again?
When you tell people a girl you meet just turned 18, it creeps us all out. You're a gross.
See, I never said that though. So there.
Keemstar said that. Keemstar told us that.
Yeah, but I didn't, and that's what's important.
Yeah, but you're the one that said
so then
fact check everything.
Ha!
Are you
on
fact checking?
I never did.
That I said it.
When
You
did I
said that
say
I
that?
said it. You just
Yeah,
there.
because Keem
Read it
said
again.
that you said it to him.
But I
so
never
what am I
did.
going to do?
Well,
Okay,
anyway,
then-
so
then you just call out
Keemstar
for that. There you go.
Lolcal chat.
Why do you work with the guy that just slandered you? What the?
Chicken.
You're such a bitch.
I'm a forgiving guy, man. Why? Keemstar's going to make me money. I'm just here to make money.
Background, and you're okay with it.
Keemstar just wants to make me money. I'm here to make me money. You're the one
He
who.
and Keemstar have a long history of being at odds and cool with each other. This is a moment where they're cool with each other.
Mad, bro.
Didn't you point out that it was a private chat? Didn't you point out it was a private?
You're the one that mentioned it. You brought that private chat up into the limelight. You mentioned "Be My Name" in that post. That's why I quote tweeted you. I wasn't going to mention a private chat.
He starts
I wasn't
asking me
gonna
to
talk
save it
about
for the Lolcal podcast. I'm going to save it for the Lolcal podcast. But have a good one. You did say that publicly. I said that she was 18.
I didn't say shit publicly.
You did.
I didn't.
You did say that. You did right
I
there
didn't
in
make a
that tweet.
public matter statement.
The tweet that he just.
Then you need to go back to a fucking school and relearn how to read properly. Because my
Rich,
God,
read that to me one more time, could you?
Please read it
the
again,
part where he
please.
says that she's 18. Could you do that again?
I say that? I said people said that she was 18 in the group chat that you were referencing.
Read it again for me real quick,
When
Rich.
you tell people a girl you met just turned 18, it's
See,
just
I never did though.
When you tell people a girl you just met,
But I never
turned
did
18,
though.
That person
I
is
never did
Keemstar.
though.
Keemstar
I never
said
did
it to
though.
us.
Have a good
I never
day.
Okay,
did.
so you're saying, all right, cool. Then he just leaves, I guess.
Did he really just leave?
So
He really did.
Somebody left, and that was the end of that. So it's interesting back and forth. Very, very interesting, strange back and forth between those two. I'm going to step away for a moment to go to the bathroom, and I'll be back in just a minute.
Hello, fellow young people. How's the internet doing today? Those of you that are watching, are you still here? Do you still love all of us here at Drunken Peasants Podcast? Do you like it? Do you like it? What's the youngest chick you've dated, Billy? I was a teenager, so someone who was a teenager. Like I've never dated somebody who was, I don't know, more than a decade younger than me. I'm not sure. As somebody who doesn't care about age or laws because I feel like I'm above the law because I'm a fucking narcissist. I don't really think about things like that. Keem said, you said, he said, that she said, he said, we said, they said, all about that. Of age and alive. Yeah, I would prefer my woman to be of age and alive. But more than that, I would prefer my woman to be my soulmate. Yeah, like Moist Sex says, if she's an 8 out of 10, she's an 8 out of 10. Who cares? If she's an 8 out of 10, I'm an 8 out of 10. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been sipping on melting ice for 2 hours. When Ben comes back, I'm going to get some agua. Might even get some grapes. Might have grapes and agua. How do you guys feel about that? How do you guys feel about me eating grapes on the podcast? You know, we should have a patron level perk where one of you can subscribe at that level and feed me grapes during the podcast. Why am I feeding myself grapes? What the hell, man? Will I go in the bathtub with Boogie? Hell the fuck yeah. If we fits, I sits. Goose Juice says, eat wieners, Billy. I can't. They have too much sodium in them. I'm not allowed. Not allowed to enjoy wieners anymore. Am I being graped? You know, for the right patron perk, I'd accept it. Emperor Billy Nero. Eat grapes, Caesar Billy. I should, honestly, no joke, be treated like a king. And every moment of my life where I'm not is a travesty.
It's
Being
all
said,
about
not
the he
every
said,
moment
she
of my
said
life is a
bullshit.
travesty.
It's all about the he said, she said bullshit. Thank you so much. We're now at 66.43%. We're getting closer, but it has been kind of slow.
I
So-
never did.
oh, there we
I
go.
never did. Ben, you should get a soundboard and play funny noises. Also, I hope you guys buy my new porn coming out, Interracial Secret Operation Mandingo, or ISOM for short.
ISOM.
Yeah.
ISOM for short. Everyone, please like the stream if you haven't already. And we're going to check out some Sturgis stuff. You know, Poop Donkey eventually is like one of our fans now.
Poop Donkey's the homie.
Poop Donkey.
I'm going to go pee as well.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll wait till you get back to play the stuff. I'll put myself full screen. Hello, everybody. Hello. Where's the Jared Hee donos? You got to donate. The Egghead asked that. You have to donate an exact amount to get the hee-hees. You have to donate a specific amount. Here it is. I'll bring it up so people can see it. Here they are. So this is how you trigger the hee-hees. Egged. Test it out, Egged. Make sure it works. Yeah, Poop Donkey is a DP fan. And Sturgis is so butthurt about it. He's crying about it. His heart is broken. He's very sad. Wouldn't you be, though, if you were friends with Poop Donkey and he betrayed you? Everyone like the stream, please. Like the stream. I went and filled up a water cup because I needed some water.
Jesse's 1, 2,
There we go. There it is. Sometimes on my other channel, the Altered Perspective channel, I'll be watching a Jared video and the donation will come up and like fit perfectly over his face and he'll start just going hee 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 hee. It's pretty funny. It's crazy when it goes on for a super long time. Sturgis has no heart. Eric July stole it. Yep. Eric July owns Sturgis' heart. Oh, shit. I just yawned big time. Do you think that Billy's taking a dump? He probably is.
I love it when the villain joins the hero side.
Yeah, that is always a cool aspect of any story that happens in. The villain that switches sides. Whoa!
Ben and Billy both out here getting hydrated.
Hydrated, yeah. Well, you know, I hadn't drank all month and then I got really drunk last night and I kind of feel like shit. So I'm just drinking water today. Back on the water. I could use some sleep eventually here. Oh, there we go. Jared, hold on, I'll read it here. It says, Jared has a new Discord, but changed the address immediately because people were joining. I joined. Didn't say a word. 2 seconds later, banned. Of course. He recognized you. He knows who you are. And of course, he's going to ban you. That's what he does. That's his MO. That's how he rolls. We are about $195 away from the goal. I think we can do it. We're getting really close. Feel free to keep the tip train rolling. Well, yeah, if Jared doesn't recognize you, then he'll leave you in there for a little while, but if you're not active and you say anything he doesn't like, he'll get rid of you. That's usually how it works. All right. Back again. So Poop Donkey actually shared these videos in our Discord. So
oh shit.
Here's one.
When is the next Gideo game stream?
Gideo game stream? What? You mean when I play video games? I don't know. I could. I've been streaming.
Video game underground.
I've been streaming, on off days now just to get the goal rolling because it was not doing very well.
Ben, earlier you had said to the audience how they could trigger the he-he's.
Yeah.
Should I tell them how to trigger the they-thems?
Sure.
It's so hard in love.
I think you play Sturgis karaoke to do that.
All I wanted was to break your walls. All you ever did was break me. Yeah,
I had to perform this song for an audition for an MTV show I was on.
You wrecked me. I put you higher in the sky and now you're not coming down. It slowly turned, you let me burn out. We're ashes on the ground. Yo, you ever say?
He sings one of your favorite songs too. In this other video that I have.
I just walked away. I will always want you. I can't live a life running for my life. I will always want you.
I adore Miley Cyrus.
Hitting like a wrecking ball. I never hit so hard in love.
All right, so there's that one, and here's this other song that he did that he butchers beyond recognition.
Hey, Barbie. Hi, Ken. You want to go for a ride? Sure, Ken. Jump in. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world.
Aqua's coming to Seattle soon,
It's
Ben.
fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. Come on, Barbie, let's go, boy. I'm a blonde bimbo girl in a fantasy world. Dress me up, I'm your dolly. You're my doll, rock and roll, with your glamour and pink. Kiss me here, touch me there, thank you.
I think Sturgis is the only person to sing this song and not get laid.
You can touch, you can play. If you say I'm always yours. Hey.
Yeah. Oh, and here's Sturgis talking about us recently.
We're moving over to my Twitter, right? Where after all that aftermath, of course I had the drunken fats just had to, try to be fat, lazy, and annoying, trying to essentially take me down.
Essentially. He loves that word.
Again, right? So where they put this, of course I have them blocked because they're useless idiots. And
is he going to say we photoshopped him to look so short next to 5'9" Eric July?
He does say some weird stuff here. Also, Eric July has a little pot belly that I noticed, so he's kind of fat too.
I don't know. Irrelevant. And like I said, after they tried to false flag me is what really made me block them. When they tried to false flag my Twitch account last time.
I didn't flag you.
But of course, they're still talking behind blocks, right?
Yeah, I never directly responded to him ever.
And then he said they're talking behind blocks. I don't have you blocked. You have me blocked. I'm not behind a block. What are you talking about? You moron. You're the one behind
a
block.
Blocked you. Why are you still talking about me?
Right.
Oh, Whippaverse Goalpost in the chat says that's just your opinion, bud.
That's just your opinion, bud.
Sturgis Logic. Still don't know who that is. And honestly,
you know who it is. You know who it is.
When I found out what it meant you think I look like a biker, which is actually a compliment.
No, it has nothing to do with a biker. It was just Hannibal thought that you looked like your name was Sturgis. That's what he said. He came up with it.
Yeah,
it
he
stuck.
said Sturgis. He said Sturgis. Sturgis is the bike rally. I've been calling you Sturgis because I misnomered to the bike rally. You were Sturgis. Ben, you say it how Hannibal was saying it. Sturgis. That's not the bike rally.
Bikers are usually around a lot of hot women, so I don't see how that's an insult. DP is irrelevant, but it's also this large platform that is used to bully him. So again, you put it out there and admit that you're using.
No, I'm saying that's your flawed logic that you use. You say we're irrelevant, but then you cry and claim you're a victim of these people that are punching down on you.
Your flawed logic, bud.
Your quote-unquote large platform. 100K is not really a large platform. 108K is not really a large platform. The fact that you have people screenshotting tweets of mine and sending it back to you is really weird.
No, you dumbass. I can still, if I use like a sock account or I log out of Twitter, I can see your Twitter and I can screenshot your shit. That's what I did. No one sent it to me, but I don't know why that would be weird if someone did. You were talking trash. You were the one talking trash behind a block, and I responded to you. You're a dumbass.
By the way, make up your mind, you clown. You're the big.
You were talking trash because you thought that we got your mod banned and we weren't even talking about you. You're a paranoid, delusional fuck.
Biggest one here. Also, we're in our early 40s. That doesn't make it any better.
It makes it younger. You said we were in our late 40s. We're in our early 40s. That's better. That's younger, at least.
I know your numbers are difficult.
Yeah.
According to this photo, both you and Eric are fatter than me. You're 5'3".
So, I just threw that in there just to, like, I was doing almost like the Riley to Ethan Ralph type thing.
Well, first I was 5'8". Then
now you're 5'1".
I'm 5'3". Make up your mind. I could have sworn
you're 4'11".
Sworn that you said that Eric was 5'8", which Eric is 5'11".
He is not 5'11". That is not true.
I'm pretty sure it said 5'9" online, but I could be wrong.
I think I don't know.
So it might be a little difficult for you to figure out numbers, but
see, Poop Doggy's in the chat. He says he repeats that you think he's 5'3" all the time. I know he's taller than 5'3". It's just funny that every picture he's in, he's like the shortest little guy in every one of them. I'm not a tall person, but I mean, like, I don't go around talking trash.
Blocking someone while still looking at what they post is hella lame.
It is, isn't it?
If Eric is 5'11", how could I be 5'3"? That's kind of stupid of you to say. But of course, this was in response to me saying, learn what a cult is. You are literally in one, you weirdo. This was me talking to Executables. You jumped on a hate train against a person you dislike. Drunken peasants are fat, in their late 40s. I don't really care what age they are. Irrelevant losers who get zero kitty.
It's not doxing to say what someone's height is. No, it is not.
And sit on their platform of 100K plus.
Why don't you think that's doxing, Ben? My height is literally on my ID card. It's literally on my driver's license, Ben. You're doxing something on my driver's license, Ben.
Telling people to harass me while I'm live, but somehow I'm going to call mental retardation at its best. Because this is them talking behind a block. Because they still have.
What are you talking about?
Donkey, come get your boy.
Does he understand what it means to be behind a block? I'm not behind a block. He says I'm talking behind a block.
He blocked you, Ben. He blocked you. You should no longer talk about him, Ben.
He's behind a block. What a dumbass.
I feel the need to have to talk about me, right?
Yeah, you were talking about me. And you were crying. You were saying, oh, our platform of 100K plus, telling people to harass me. That's literally what you said. But then you also say we're irrelevant and that like no one cares about us and that you're actually more relevant and successful than we are. So
like Renowned Zero, I want to point this out. You blocked Ben. You talked about Ben behind the block you blocked Ben for.
Yes.
Ben responded on the Drunken Peasants podcast. And now you're saying Ben's talking behind a block. You blocked him. You talked behind the block. And we have your friend Poop Donkey now. He's our friend.
Damn. The L's just keep coming for Mr. Sturgis.
Which I posted. I tagged YouTube and Twitch and all this stuff because.
And he can't even pronounce his L's.
You're breaking TOS. And I'm supposed to just say.
How am I breaking TOS?
That's why he thinks he's winning all the time, Ben. He really pronounces his L's like a W.
And let you break TOS and try to take down my revenue streams because you're salty that I called you fat and said you were obsessed with a cross above Isom's junk.
I'm not obsessed with it. I just think it's funny. And you are fatter than me. You are like
but only because you started exercising.
That's not true. He was fatter. He was fatter than me. He was fatter than me before that happened. But now he's like, yeah, I'm much thinner than him now.
Apparently, I'm supposed to just sit back and let you do that. No, kid gloves have been off since the first time you false flagged me, and the kid gloves are going to remain off when I deal with weirdos like you. Right. And I also said this. I said, Drunken Peasants logic. I have 25K followers on Twitter. Posts about live stream.
Yeah, so you're posting about us from behind a block. And how is this logic? How is this? You said Drunken Peasants logic, and then you say I have 25,000 followers on Twitter, and then I post about a live stream, and I only get 5 likes. How is that how is that logic? I don't understand. I don't understand. Sturgis' patheticness is funny to watch, whereas Sturgis...
Kindle is not.
Yeah.
Kindle is an intolerable, smug moron. They're both cowards who will never nut up and face you guys, though I wish they would. It would be priceless.
Nope.
They never would.
Yeah, he always falls back on this, well, you have this many followers, but you only got this many likes, or you have this many subscribers, you only got this many views. What is your fucking point? It doesn't matter.
A measly 5 likes, you relevant YouTubers. Because you post a live stream link on YouTube, you get 5 likes while having 25K followers. I can make a post talking negatively about you.
Oh, if I make a post about you, I'll get way more likes than just posting a live stream. The live stream ones, like, people just click on the stream, you know? Like, that's what I do the most, so that would probably get the least amounts of likes. It doesn't fucking matter, though.
In defense of myself, and I get more likes, and I get more views than you. So
yeah, but who retweeted that? Rippaverse goalposts? You got a retweet from somebody who normally gets more views because they like to talk about us. That's look at your other posts. You didn't get that without the retweets, dude. Check out some of the Drunken Peasants posts that got retweeted and blew the fuck up way bigger than that. It's just how the fucking social media works. Don't brag like you know some shit. You got a retweet.
He always falls back on this shit. It's like he's too dumb to come up with an actual response to what we say, so he's like, oh, you and he says it's Drunken Peasants logic. What is the logic? I don't understand why you called it logic. It doesn't make any sense.
Who's really
you know how he is with his numbers?
You are. But I'm going to continue to monetize you because that's what I do.
I wonder how much money Sturgis has made off of Drunken Peasants.
Not much. All right. Yeah, we're at 80% of the goal. That's amazing.
Those of you watching at home right now, get your fucking snacks.
Here's Critical Drinker's review of The Marvels. Have you seen The Marvels yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume you have. And what do you think? What do you think of it?
You're going to like it a lot better if you like the Spice Girls. If you don't like Spice Girls, your chance of enjoying this are 50-50. If you did like the Spice Girls, I would say if you like comic books and the Spice Girls, you got a 90% chance of enjoying this movie.
That sounds awful.
Oh, how times have changed. 4 years ago, the original Captain Marvel catapulted its protagonist into an MCU at the very peak of its popularity and influence, where every single movie they churned out was a guaranteed smash hit. Captain Marvel herself was widely tipped to become the next Tony Stark, the new face of the brand, the character that was going to lead Marvel into the next decade and possibly beyond. But it turns out a lot can happen in 4 years. The MCU is now a faltering and tarnished brand with a string of failed movies and TV shows in its wake, increasingly alienated from its own fan base and openly mocked and ridiculed by a mainstream media that now smells blood in the water. While Captain Marvel...
He talks kind of weird, and I'm not talking about his accent. It's the way he finishes sentences. He's like, rah, at the end.
A lot of YouTubers do that. It reminds me of the top 15 guy. What was his name? Was Stiffs or Stilts or Stinks or something?
Itself has become kind of a sad, embarrassing mistake, ostracized from the rest of the MCU and restricted to a handful of meaningless cameos to remind people that she even still exists. As the years went by, the contractually obligated sequel...
There we go! Hell yeah!
Necrostatic. And the reason she was in cameos is because she was basically off Earth because she's so powerful that she would probably answer a lot of the problems that the other heroes were working on. They were keeping her away from the scenario on purpose.
Was repeatedly delayed, rewritten, reshot, and dogged by rumours of problems on set, conflicts with the studio, and trailers that desperately tried every trick in the book to generate some kind of interest in this movie. But just like a giant post-kebab turd, Marvel could only hold it in for so long before it finally had
post-kebab turd
squeezed out into the worlds.
Wow.
And so, here we find ourselves staring down the barrel of The Marvels.
That is one big pile of shit.
The movie kicks off with generic space wizard lady who digs up a magical bullshit bangle from a random planet somewhere, which turns out to be the counterpart to the other magical bullshit bangle used by Kamala Khan. You know her, don't you?
Yeah,
oh, wait,
this bullshit bangle, the 10 rings, they're all the new series MacGuffins that the Infinity Stones were from the last run of comic books and the movies. Like, it's that simple.
Don't. That's probably because she's a character from an obscure Disney Plus show that nobody watched.
I tried to watch it and I didn't really like it. I gave it a shot.
I watched it. It was okay. It was fine. I don't know what these guys want. They talk so much about movies that have fucking kids meals based around them. There's a ton of great movies out there that probably go over these guys' heads because they don't watch actual fucking cinema. They watch the kid toy shit and then cry about it as adults.
Speaking of obscure characters from Disney Plus shows that nobody watched, Monica Rambeau is now working as
DC Bell says Billy the apologist for trash cinema. No, I'm letting trash cinema be trash cinema. I went and saw The Holdovers today. You want to go see good movie? Go watch The Holdovers.
Astronaut for Saber, and she's got the power to go flumpy and pass through solid objects after getting a spell cast on her by Scarlet Witch. Fuck me, this is getting convoluted already. Anyway, the system of magical bullshit space portals that everyone apparently uses to traverse the universe are starting to act kinda weird, so the hollowed out shell that was once Nick Fury sends Captain Marvel to investigate. And wouldn't you know it, Monica Rambeau decides to investigate one herself at exactly the same moment. Oh my goodness, what are the odds, eh? Then there's a big energy surge and everyone swaps places with everyone else. Although it did have me wondering why their clothes go with them, but Monica Rambeau's spacesuit doesn't. Probably.
Why does he say her name like that? I don't understand.
Monica Rambeau, because you can't pronounce anything regularly.
Because the prospect of a teenage girl explosively decompressing on our screens would have turned it into a very different movie, but whatever. The point here is that all three of our diverse heroes are now
because the suit didn't go with her. Whatever.
Tangled, so if two of them happen to use their powers at the same time, they'll magically swap places. Well, when it's convenient to the plot, at least.
What if the magic isn't just magic, but it's also intelligent? And it allows the magic to work. Hey, by the way, we're at $666.66.
Let's do it for Billy.
We were for a
no
second.
Jared laughs this time. You.
Thank you, Stabby.
Happen? Don't know.
Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
Anyway,
is this going to spoil the movie for people?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Probably. Everybody watching right now who doesn't want to be spoiled, sorry.
I don't know. Like, it's a review of it. I don't know if he reviews literally the whole thing, but probably.
He's probably going to spoil it.
Okay, what do you want me to do?
I don't know. Everybody knows watching right now that it's probably going to get spoiled, so we can either continue or not, but at least everybody knows now that they're warned. I just wanted to give a heads up before we got too far into it.
This is being orchestrated by generic space wizard lady, who's actually a Kree fighting to save her
like
homeworld
so far
from
right now, all this stuff. Hey-oh, Brian Chan.
Woo!
They would find a way to be angry if they released a movie that was perfectly tailored to their preferences.
They would find a way. I don't know if they all did though. Like, didn't most of these guys like Guardians of the Galaxy?
I think, but I don't know. I haven't
like as I was watching this, they took some risks that were like a little out of the box, but I'm also watching it and I'm like, James Gunn took similar risks in his movies. Like, these risks might not pay off for you because they don't have the same reward that James Gunn's had towards you. But a lot of the stuff in this movie was like wacky, but also kind of clever.
Marvel triggered a destructive civil war by destroying the AI that was keeping everything running. And that also...
How was the after credits scene?
It was decent. There was only one.
Wow, that's new. Because now there's usually like 2 or 3 even.
Yeah, there was one, and it was a pretty big one. It was a pretty good one. You would probably like it. And then I waited for everything. Had to pee really bad. Waited for everything, and the end was just like a sound effect, and I was like, "Oh shit!" Now I'm gonna run and pee.
Caused their son to die out somehow because civil wars are well known for that sort of thing. Fuck me. Who wrote
They
this?
explain it. They explain it later in the movie. You fucking gillygopper.
Gillygopper.
This fucking gillygopper, this fucking throat goat, trying to just suck one to get one. He's really just trying to suck one to get one. They explain it later on in the fucking movie. It's actually poignant to the end of the film.
Nonsense.
Christ on a cracker.
And the more she messes with the magical bullshit bangles, the more damage it does to the magical jump point network, ultimately threatening to tear apart the fabric of reality itself. Oh my goodness, another Marvel movie about a giant scary space portal that has to be closed before it destroys the entire universe. Truly,
Yes,
they're imagining...
That's what they're building up to with the multiverse sagas, so they can restart everything and have a brand new X-Men in like 2 years. That's this. If you haven't pictured all this together yet, that's what this is leading to. It's pretty fucking obvious. They're rebooting, and they're going to have the X-Men be the reboot of their next phase, or their next big phase.
Nation knows no bounds. So the 3 diverse women have to learn to work together to stop generic space wizard lady from destroying the multiverse or something, while Nick Fury contends with an outbreak of alien cats on his space station. And then they seal the portal, but oh no, Monica Rambeau gets stuck on the other side in a different reality, where Beast from X-Men shows up for some reason.
Wow, he just jumped right to the spoilers.
Yeah, so we're finally getting some X-Men.
And her mum that most people forgot even existed is apparently still alive.
No way!
And that's it. That's the plot for the Marvels.
Oh, come on. If he's... Okay, anybody watching this right now, one, he's terribly fucking wrong. And if he's being wrong on purpose, he's disingenuous.
Who was playing Beast just now? Who was that?
That was Kelsey Grammer.
Okay, that's who I thought it was. Okay, sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
Yeah. Anybody who takes that as the fucking what happened in this movie, he's either being disingenuous or he's totally fucking stupid. The point wasn't that her mom was still alive. God damn it. Okay, I'm spoiling, by the way. More spoilers. This is a depth of spoilers beyond what he just said. The point wasn't that her mom was still alive. It's that she was in another dimension, and a woman that looked like her mom, a.k.a. the actress that played her mom, was playing a fucking different character. And she was like, Mom? And she's like, I'm not your mom. And then fucking Beast walks in and is like, well, she looks like she's coming too. I'm Kelsey Grammer. Frasier is back.
Yeah, Frasier is back too. Man, he's getting a lot of work these days. You know, honestly, the new Frasier is fine. Like, I was worried about it, but it's actually it's a true continuation of Frasier. They just need to get some of the old cast members to come back at least for like a one-off episode or whatever, because it's all new people besides Frasier.
Boy Sack says, watch his Glass Onion review. He straight up lies about the movie and manipulates certain scenes to make it look super bad. Yeah. For Mudahar to say Boogie is the biggest manipulator, he must not watch the fucking anti-Marvel people.
Fuck.
You know when you bump into some asshole who made life miserable in high school?
Someone said I would watch Ted Danson as well. First of all, Ted Danson's way too tall to be Wolverine. And he's too old to be Wolverine too. So,
but I would watch that.
If they had Ted Danson as Wolverine and Kelsey Grammer as Beast.
I would watch Ted Danson as Old Man Logan. I would watch Ted Danson as Weapon X right out of the fucking water.
Why not bring in George Wendt while we're at it too?
Who would George Wendt be? Juggernaut?
I don't know. Yeah, something like that.
Would he be? I don't want to say Blob.
No.
Who would George Wendt be?
I don't know. I just because we need like the whole cast of Cheers to be part of this now.
Would Woody be Cyclops?
Yeah, sure.
You haven't seen in like 10 years, and you notice they're wearing faded jeans and a sweat-stained t-shirt, they've gained 50 pounds and smell vaguely of cheap booze and stale urine. You might have imagined you'd feel some kind of satisfaction in the knowledge they've failed so spectacularly, but instead all you experience is a lingering sense of sadness and pity. Well, that's kind of how I felt watching The Marvels. It's 105 minutes of absolute, directionless, passionless, unfunny cringe, awkwardly chopped and spliced together from what I assume was once a much longer cut. And shuffling embarrassingly on.
It probably was a longer cut. 145 is kind of short for a Marvel movie.
Yeah, I didn't know it was that short.
To the screen, like even it knew how shit
1 hour
it was
and 45 minutes.
Wasn't like Infinity War like 3 hours or something?
Yeah, but that was the culmination.
Yeah.
Usually they're a little over 2 hours.
Painful experience over with as
Around the
quickly
2
as
hour mark.
possible. And in a lot of ways, it really wasn't the film I imagined. I expected some defiant last stand against the armies of haters just waiting for it to fail. A production bloated by ego and consumed by bitterness, well aware of its impossible position and determined to go out guns blazing. Instead, what we got was a weirdly small, unambitious, almost apologetic kind of film, half-heartedly going through all the old Marvel tropes but knowing how trite and predictable they've become. A film made by a studio that's lost its confidence, lost its magic, lost its way. I mean,
I don't think it lost its confidence. Here's the thing about this movie, okay? It introduced Kamala Khan. Well, she had her TV series, but now she's in with the Marvels. She's been built up by the end of this to be someone who can actually hang with Captain Marvel and Monica Rambeau. Monica Rambeau is fucking excised. She's over in another universe. That tells me the other universes are going to start learning about this universe. We have Loki just wrapped. They're in the multiverse. Doctor Strange, Spider-Man are in the multiverse. This movie is going according to plan with the bigger picture. It's been building up the entire time. It's going to be a multiverse extravaganza. It's to say that they derailed from their plot is fucking stupid.
So
they're going on as planned the entire way through with this.
So do the X-Men just exist in another universe?
Oh, well, another multiverse, another dimension, right?
Yeah.
Another timeline.
Yeah.
It's an alternate time, and not just one other timeline. They exist in multiple timelines. They exist sometimes in timelines.
Do they exist in the main timeline?
No, the main timeline, they do not exist.
That's interesting, because that's not how the comics were written.
Well, of course, but this is the timeline that when it started, they didn't have access to the X-Men, right? So, like, they had to work around it. Every timeline exists based on whatever factor. It doesn't really matter. The comic book timeline's its own timeline. They're all different timelines. Kamala Khan in this timeline is a mutant, though. That was at the end of her TV show. It was revealed that she was actually a mutant. So she actually has mutant ties. Mutants are just getting started in this version of the timeline.
Scarlet Witch is a mutant too.
I don't know if she was in this timeline though. I'm not sure.
Her and Quicksilver are both mutants.
Yeah, from the X-Men comic book, but I don't know if they were mutants in this version or not.
Patriarchy and proving how Captain Marvel could do everything better than the boys that blighted the first movie is more or less absent here. I never got the sense that the film was trying to push any particular agenda or preach to me about social or political issues, so that makes a nice change from Marvel.
That makes a nice change for Marvel.
You've got to step up.
Kamala Khan is mostly pretty likable throughout the film.
He gets to be that way though. That version of Captain America, the Falcon gets to tell the senator to step up because they're living in a world where people who didn't get snapped out are lacking out on benefits because they had the 5 years on Earth and they're giving all the benefits to the people who snap back in. That's a good reason for him to be political. It's part of the fucking storyline.
A lot of that
You
comes
can't
down
just
to a man.
you can't just nitpick and apply that to our real life when they have their own set of rules in the fucking universe storyline.
His performance.
Christ.
You can tell she's having a lot of fun and she's excited just to be there. Shit, man, even Brie Larson gets to show a bit of personality for once. She's not going to be winning any Oscars for this one, and there's times when those behind-the-scenes tensions seem pretty obvious in her performance, but generally she comes across as far more human and likable than she did in her first movie. The direction
Does
from
it
Nia
kill him to give her credit? Does it just fucking kill him to say she comes off as likable?
Maybe it does.
Costa is generally competent enough, apart from some truly reprehensible CGI that probably wasn't her fault, and one or two of the early fight scenes with constantly switching characters actually border on fun and imaginative. But the problem is they're overshadowed by the movie.
Thank you. They were fun and imaginative. Oh my god. Thank you. Now what's he gonna say the problem is?
Massive writing and editing flaws. The character swapping thing was clearly a response to Captain Marvel being overpowered as fuck and needing some way of limiting her abilities, which really smacks of a problem that they created for themselves. You guys chose to make her into Superman without the kryptonite, and now you're having to concoct bullshit reasons why she can't just fix every problem.
It's not bullshit, it's interesting. The bullshit reasons. You realize every fucking reason somebody can't win in a comic book is a bullshit reason? You realize every single reason is up to the fucking writer? To say any reason that someone is not... There's a reason that fucking Spider-Man is stronger than every other character. He's written that way. It's fucking stupid.
Instantly, Nick Fury might as well not even be in this film because it feels like his subplot is completely disconnected from everything else. If you haven't watched Secret Invasion, then you're probably gonna have no fucking clue what's even happening here. I mean, really, he basically stopped being Nick Fury the moment he got his eye scratched out by a fucking cat.
Oh, motherfucking!
And the goofy imposter playing him seems to care less and less about keeping up the facades. Generic space wizard lady is exactly that. Completely forgettable.
That's wrong. Nick Fury was fine. Nick Fury was fine. He wasn't the main guy. He was the fucking... He's Nick Fury. He's not supposed to be anything other than a fucking problem solver. And he solves problems.
Shred of development, and she's pursuing her goal in the most ridiculous way imaginable. Like, she basically wants revenge against Captain Marvel for destroying her people, and she does it by hurting the people that she cares about, but there's nothing to prevent Captain Marvel from doing the exact same thing again. The quantum entanglement thing wasn't something she was even aware of until later in the movie, which means there would have been absolutely nothing to stop her. You can really tell that this film was butchered in the editing room too. Characters magically teleport from one location to the next with nothing to link them together, and I'm not even talking about the stupid bangle thing either. They just show up wherever they need to be. Potentially interesting character arcs and relationships are barely hinted at.
Because that's where their light-based powers, the three of them all have light-based powers. The bangle gave the light-based powers to Kamala Khan. The light-based powers came to Monica Rambeau when she got fucking caught up in the illusion that Wanda had in the WandaVision. When she got caught up in that, and the light powers came to fucking Captain Marvel when she was fucking with the Kree. Like we've seen, this is their tie that binds. They're all connected to light-based powers. So the light-based powers were used to connect in the open fucking realm when the realm was opened.
And then resolved.
It was in the movie. You're just too dumb to be judging these if you're gonna judge them this way. You fucking idiot.
Like, one of the big sources of tension between Captain Marvel and Monica Rambeau is that she never visited her after her mother died because she triggered a Kree civil war and was apparently trying to fix it, but there's nothing to suggest that she actually tried to help them in any way. I mean, with all her godlike powers and abilities, she basically could have fixed most of their problems overnight. Or for example, imagine if Kamala Khan realized the woman she'd looked up to as a hero was actually a bit of a monster responsible for millions of deaths. What might that do to their relationship and her perception of her? Would it trigger a crisis of confidence? Maybe teach her to rely more on herself than putting others on unrealistic pedestals? Fuck knows, because the plot barely even addresses stuff like this. I mean, why bother with that kind of thing when you can have an excruciating song and dance sequence that goes on forever?
The plot did, well, fuck you, the song and dance sequence didn't go on forever. It didn't go on forever. It was fucking a funny little thing that if James Gunn would have done that song and dance sequence, this guy would have been like, oh, it was great, it was very funny, very smart, very smart. fucking asshole. But they addressed why she didn't fix it overnight. She didn't think she could.
And
It took her going through all of this to getting to a point where she thought she could fix it, and then she tried.
No purpose to the
Jesus
story,
Christ.
or an entire subplot about space cats eating people. All of it is nothing but a ridiculous conglomeration of absolute nonsense thrown together by a studio that's completely lost confidence in its own work.
No, disagree. It's not nonsense. You might not like the story. You might not like the story being told, but the pieces were there. Everything you complained about was there. Might not have came out in a way you liked, but it was there.
Someone in the chat says the copium is strong with Billy.
Yeah, well, he probably likes to stuff his fucking nuts in the critical drinker's mouth, and that's cool.
It really feels like the end of an era. It's almost certainly the end for Brie Larson as Captain Marvel, who's made no secret of her dissatisfaction with the character and seems pretty reluctant to play her again. And to be honest, I don't blame her one bit. She's in her mid-30s now.
I don't blame her one bit.
Those prime opportunities are going to start drying up before too long, and really, I can't imagine she needs or wants the hassle of playing a character like this anymore. But more than that, it feels like the tired and played out end of the entire Marvel formula. The bloated budgets, the heavy CGI, the quippy self-referential humour, the sky portals, and the armies of disposable bad guys. It's all become so tedious and boring and predictable that people aren't even angry anymore. They just don't care. The original Captain Marvel was a device movie that inspired debate and controversy, but this one falls victim.
How was the turnout at the theater when you were there?
I went to a 21 and up theater.
21 and up tubes.
It was decent. It was the first showing at the theater, 21 and up, 3 p.m. matinee on a Thursday, and I would say there was probably like a quarter of the audience there.
To a far more insidious problem: absolute apathy. This really is how the MCU dies. Not with a bang, but with a whimper. Anyway,
with a whimper.
That's all I've got for today.
These guys keep calling the end of the fucking MCU like they're fucking like this is a whimper. This is not a whimper. It's a machine. This might not appeal to enough people to hit 1 billion like it did before, but it's fine. They're gonna go on to Deadpool. They're going to go on to all the other films, and they're still making money.
All right. So, anybody who wants to keep the tip train rolling, feel free to do so. The link is pinned right there at the top of the chat. We're getting close. 90%, almost at 90%. We'll get there really quick. Let's check out. Let's see what's going on in the Cobraverse, shall we?
Let's go.
Let's go.
Clee disappear. Clee disappear. Clee disappear. Clee disappear.
All right, here we go. Josh took to Facebook today to voice his anger and send a stern message to the trolls.
Oh, damn.
He's got green hair now. Kind of. It's like the skin, it's like his scalp is dyed green.
He's becoming full-on goblin.
So, I have a 2-week ban on YouTube because my trolls cannot take it. My trolls dedicate their entire life to hating me, and then when I get them a small
Ben, is it better? Is the green better?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I mean,
I think it looks better.
medicine, they flip out like the biggest thin-skinned, pussy-ass hypocrites. The Talking Tom video I posted on Facebook is the video I posted
He
on
did a Talking Tom video. Do you remember that thing, Talking Tom?
YouTube.
Mm-mm.
It was like I'm pretty sure it was like a virus or something. I don't know.
I entitled it Tom Roasts the Trolls. NSFW.
Oh no, yeah. I was thinking of Bonsai Buddy. That was a fucking virus. This is like, I think this is an app or something.
A talking tomcat, talking
Yeah,
Tom.
Yeah.
Shits were not safe for work. I even age restricted the video and did not bother monetizing it as to comply with YouTube's rules on this sort of thing. And the YouTube trolls decided to mass flag the video, and it got me a 2-week strike on YouTube. So now I got 2 weeks before I can post videos again. It ain't gonna affect me that much. To be honest, my trolls need the break more than I do.
True.
All you're doing is pissing off the people who enjoy watching my videos, dude.
Damn.
Now, I know I have these trolls up against the wall and I'm winning the fight against them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cared. They would have ignored it. They would have ignored the Talking Tom video. But what I said in that Talking Tom video got to my trolls. It triggered them, dude. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mass flagged it and gotten it taken down. So, like, the high of getting me a 2-week ban on YouTube will wear off. And it's like, oh, good job. So guess what? I'll be back on YouTube after Thanksgiving anyways. So it doesn't fucking matter. You didn't do anything.
Thanksgiving is such a great holiday.
You know?
It's a time
wonderful.
to give thanks.
It's time to eat.
YouTube needs to take better care of its creators.
Thank you.
I like how all these YouTube trolls can create all these fake Cobra accounts and spam a bunch of nasty negative hatred towards me and all this nasty shit. But then when I post a Talking Tom video to YouTube, they're like, it's hate speech. I'm like, fuck you hypocrites. Straight up, fuck you hypocrites.
Joshy.
It's all about the he said, she said bullshit.
There we go. That's Joshy. Oh, I have a little more. A new mead, another mess.
Oh no.
Well, greetings, fellow social media peeps. It is
greetings
the
and salutations.
KingCobraJFS.
Hey, my
Back
sweet
at
boy.
it.
First time live donating. Have some of the King's British pounds.
Thank you.
King coins for a pair of kings.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Cheers to Tony across the pond.
With another video. We have some delicious ingredients.
Local hive.
Unfiltered honey, of course.
Yeah.
Some
turbo yeast.
Some of that pure cane sugar in our cup.
I wonder if he went and bought
freshly
this or
cleaned.
if people just started sending him mead making stuff.
Someone did send him, because he was using like instant yeast that he would use to like bake bread or whatever.
Yeah.
And he was using that at first, and then someone sent him winemaker's yeast. And I think that's what he's using now.
Winemaking jars.
And the jars, like, because he was using he was using balloons. He was using balloons to like hold the gas.
Yeah.
And he actually has proper equipment for that now. I just
Turbo
yeah
yeast, pure 48.
yeah I think yeah that's
14% alcohol in volume and 40.
Why is there Cyrillic writing all over it?
Does sell to other countries?
Did it come from Russia?
20% alcohol in 5 days?
20% alcohol by volume. And we're going to use the purified water that my troll sent me to help make it. I'm gonna post this on my Facebook and I'm gonna post it on YouTube when
Is
the
he gonna
band
fuck
gets lit.
this up? Is he gonna take all those proper ingredients and start throwing boogers and shit in it?
He's gonna throw some weird shit.
Gifted, man.
Oh no.
He shouldn't be putting all these solid particles in it.
Making some homemade wine.
Like the fruit and shit. He put like crushed up chocolate chip cookies in one of them.
The Cookie Monster mead was not.
It
was
looked
not
like
my favorite.
It looked like jizz.
Yeah, the jar looked like the My Little Pony cum jar.
Expanding region. Second time.
All right, guys,
So
we're gonna
I'll
make
post
Shrek
videos on a
mead.
different platform.
We're using onions straight from the swamp.
Videos.
We're using swamp water.
Raw, unfiltered, local hive honey. Let's just stick the whole thing in there.
Yum! This is
So
the
what I want to do
best.
is I want to make a
This is the
cherry
best part of
peach
this mead
banana
is the honey.
mango mead.
Look at that ploppy dump
Next,
honey.
we're gonna add 2 cups of pure cane granulated sugar.
Okay.
2 cups of sugar. 1.
One, not so bad.
Okay.
Okay, things are starting out well.
Nothing spilled.
Peaches. And a
It's a lot of sugar. I mean, like the honey has a bunch of sugar in it already. Why is he?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's
Didn't Jeff put a lot of extra sugar in his mead as well, though? When he
I have
made
no
it?
idea.
And did we see a follow-up to
Jeff's
Jeff's mead?
The same, like the fruit you that I asked for. So there we go.
I don't know. I don't know if he ever made a follow up. Maybe he did. What is that?
Yeah, we need to
Canned
ask
peaches?
him about it. That's
Is it
peaches.
Some mangoes. They don't got
Peaches
the twist at the
come
top
in
like
a
that, so
can.
we're gonna have to use a can opener.
Huh?
Oh no.
And given my track record with such devices,
He sliced himself with a can opener the one time. Remember that?
Poor guy. I didn't remember that.
entertaining. If I can find the fucker. There it is.
He doesn't know how to use a fucking can opener.
His dad was out doing Blue Man Group. That doesn't work. That one doesn't work.
Garlic masher. What was that?
Mr. Driscoll says if he knows how to edit, he could cut that part out.
Yeah.
The people who edit this cut that part in.
There's another can opener right here. Let's see if this one works better.
Yeah. Fish eye, pig feet, rotten herring mead. Hank, chill. You need to chill. That's disgusting. Oh. Oh. You know what? Kobe's probably had one of those that come in by the side and it worked for him. And now he's not remembering that he thinks everyone was that one.
The can openers are such a pain in the ass sometimes, but people act like I'm so retarded because I can't figure out. You know, it's just, it is what
The
it is.
bottom lip has to
Fuck 'em.
come in below the lip of the can. He doesn't know that. I've used ones that go in sideways like that. So maybe he had success with one of those. So close.
Does he not know
So
how to
close,
set
Cobra.
the thing right into place?
Of course not. That's why
Okay.
he's gone through 3 can openers to get here. he's so close too. He's so close. You're so close, Cobra. Like, you know how you see someone play piano in a movie and you try and copy it, but you don't know how to play piano? That's all this is. He saw someone use a piano. Oh, here comes the fork.
Patronum.
King.
Fork and just kind of.
King. He's gonna cut himself, isn't he? Oh, King.
It's almost off.
Oh, fuck. This scares me. Damn it, Cobes.
I want using the fork here because I don't know if I cut myself trying to get this fucking thing open.
Yeah, smart.
Yeah, the edge.
Cut himself before.
Yes, the edge of the can, like when it after it's cut,
Blackers.
is so sharp.
Dun, 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 dun.
Fuck.
Make some goddamn delicious wine here, and it's like, no, we don't think so. Some of those cans.
If Cobra had to live off of canned goods, he would just starve to death.
We got it. Dun, 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 dun.
He's got the tiger. He's got the eye of the tiger.
Determination, patience. It's got mango in it. I don't care. Just add it.
Is that mango? He needs to sell that fucking can opener.
Cobra doesn't
buy a can
realize
opener.
that can has a circle of protection on it.
Oh yeah, good point, Tony.
Circle of
These
protection.
are the maraschino cherries and heavy syrup.
Oh no!
It's actually impressive he opened that can now that we know it had a circle of protection on it.
He's pouring in the like juices that the cherries swim in.
I wonder how much sugar is in them.
A lot. And then all this fruit. There's a lot of sugar there.
The banana.
Why bananas? I don't understand.
Is that going to make it milky like the last cookie batch, or?
Chop that little slice like that. Slice is going in there.
Is he slicing it with the handle of a fork?
Handle, yeah. Yeah. Now he's stirring it with the fork.
The turbo yeast is, it gets the job done.
Now he's pouring water into it.
Oh, like, oh no,
That water his fans gave him.
What are we gonna do? How will we ever stand it? This stuff's
So far, though,
anything you'll
so
get
far,
at the liquor store, I'll tell you that right now.
No.
it's not that bad.
No, no, no. The bananas are gonna get all moldy and shit.
Yeah, but compared to the fucking cookie shit he was doing,
That was ridiculously, like, who does that?
yeah. When banana is the worst thing, it's not that bad.
Yeah, he didn't put like jalapeno juice in it or whatever this time. Is he drinking it?
Yep. Yep, he's gulping it.
Why is he doing this?
He's a happy boy. He needs to be able to stir it without it spilling.
He's slurping on it.
Oh, fuck.
Now I need to grab a towel and clean this mess up. Good gracious. Got some on the side of the jar too. I have to wipe that bitch down. And it's fancy as
You think that towel's all purpose?
Is it all-purpose towel? Oh,
Yeah,
you think he
was
jerks
using
it?
that? I don't know, man.
It would be just a
It's for cleanup.
fine.
I wouldn't be surprised if he has one all-purpose towel in the house.
YouTube wants to be a bitch and give me a strike for what? Standing up for myself?
Hell yeah,
When
get
I
him,
gotta
Cobe.
flag the goddamn troll content. YouTube doesn't take their channels down or give them strikes. They just let it happen. But I say something and the fucking trolls mass flag it.
Those damn trolls.
And it's like, oh, you can't do that. It's like, fuck you. So like 1 cup of yeast for something this big should be enough.
2 to 3 grams or 1 tablespoon of yeast in the suggested amount for 1 gallon of mead.
1 tablespoon. Look how much he puts in. Oh my
Is that
god.
a whole cup?
Yeah.
Yeast going in there.
What happens to all that yeast?
I don't know.
Making some homemade wine. There's a crack in the lid, so we're going to add some tape to the outside of the lid. Give it a little bit of room to burp. Let's see how
He's using turbo yeast in the container, says 10 days.
10 days, yeah.
I thought it said 20% in 5 days.
The wine is supposed to be doing. The turbo yeast is activated. A little bit got into the airlock, but that's alright.
Oh my goodness.
That's the worst. It's going to foam up after I gave it like a little stir or two and cleaned it. I cleaned it and gave it a little stir like that. It's looking fine.
It's looking
It's
fine.
all over the closet, so we're good. But that's going to be some delicious homemade mead.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
We are.
Spacey Manhug says 14% in 5, 20% in 10. No, it was 14% in 4 days, 20% in 5 days. I have a pornographic memory.
A pornographic memory. I'll be right back.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Was it 14% in 48 hours? Shit. All I know is that when I was a little baby, some people say I look like I had Down syndrome. You guys want to see a picture of me as a baby and see if it looks like I had Down syndrome? I want honest opinions only. You guys fuck around and lie and say it doesn't or I do look like I have Down syndrome, I'll be pissed. Do I look like I had Down syndrome when I was a baby? Do I look like Robert Downey baby? Do I look like I'm a Downey baby? 1 in the chat if I look like a Downey baby. 2 in the chat if I look like I'm without Downs. And don't lie. Honest only. Downs. 1 in the chat for Downs. 2 in the chat for ups. Fuck, that's a lot of ones. Shit, Matt Jarbo says I have fucking Downs. But it looks like I have Downs. You guys aren't actually diagnosing me with Down syndrome. As an adult, I think it's pretty safe to say if I had Down syndrome, I'm rocking it. And some of you in the chat are saying I was a fucking manatee as a baby. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? I was a baby. I was a petite nectar baby. Shout out to Matt Jarbo. Good to see you. Brava. Shit. They weren't saying you had Down syndrome. They were saying you were down with the syndrome. Pretty good. Billy the Downs. Thank you, Seth Looks, the one true pal. Says he doesn't think I look Downs. Everybody who said I did look like I had Downs. I was just a little baby. I was just a little baby. I was worried at my age that if I were to have a baby, it would have Down syndrome. And then I started watching this chef. I think his name was Chef Adam. He's a very special chef. And then I watched other videos of these kids with Down syndrome. And there's one where this kid comes out and he's got 2 beer bottles in his hands and he's going into the pool and his dad's like, don't don't crush those beers together. Don't crush those beers together. And he walks into the pool and he fucking Stone Cold Steve Awesome just cracks the 2 beer bottles together and they splash everywhere because they break, and he starts drinking what's left out of them. And he's so fucking proud of himself. And I'm like, maybe I could raise a little Downy baby. But looking at my baby picture, I might have him. I might think, oh, damn it, he's a Downy baby. And then he'll grow into being just like me. I'm like, oh, the whole time I was raising you like a Downs and you were just an Ups. It's okay. But those videos made me think, maybe it wouldn't be so tough to deal with a son like that. And I say tough because I don't want the world to be any harder on my child than it is for every other child, Preferably, I would like to have a baby that could benefit from things like social justice.
All right.
Welcome back, Ben.
Thank you.
While you were gone, we had a deep conversation.
It's good to know.
Yeah.
The deepness ends now. We're at $724. We're so close to our goal. If anyone wants to start one last tip train to help us cross the finish line, it would be much appreciated.
Like we said earlier, Ben is kind of hungover.
Huh?
He could benefit from going to sleep tonight.
I see Matt Jarbo in the chat.
Yeah, he called me special ed. He said my baby picture looked like I had Down syndrome. And I made him promise he was being honest. So if he's a man of his word, he believes it.
What is this?
First of all, are you reptilian? No. What can I help you? Well, you said you were a reptilian. I'm recording this because you guys step on me. And you can all you want. What can I help you? I don't want to talk to you because you're demonic and you're. Let me do an exorcism. Can I touch your head?
No. Absolutely not.
God, get the demon out of this guy. This guy's demonic. He said he was reptilian. He's not a reptilian. He's a child of God. Reptilians are not child of God. Get this demon out of you. That's
okay.
Asking you to leave.
I'm more Christian than you. Let me talk to you, dude.
What I'm going to do, I'm doing this right now, just so you can record it. I'm calling the police because you're hostile, and I'm going to ask you to leave.
Did I threaten anybody?
Is this guy calling the cops? Is that Maven from WWF?
Actually, Maven has a channel that's growing in popularity right now, but that's not Maven. No, that was not Maven.
Did I threaten anybody? I'll leave. You have to threaten me.
Okay, Matt Jarbo in the chat again says, I mean, you do look like the kind of kid who would smuggle grilled cheese sandwiches into a Sizzlers, if you know what I mean. How did you know I did that? Did I tell you that at VidCon one year when I was out of my fucking mind?
Are there
drunk?
Sizzlers around here?
Not near. There might be some like closer to where Matt lives down south. Matt, if there's a Sizzler around you, let us know. Ben and I, can I even do? I can probably do Sizzler.
I ate at Sizzler once when I lived in Albuquerque. There was one there.
Ben and I will make a road trip in like a fucking month. Or maybe 2 months, maybe post-Christmas. If there's a Sizzler by you, we'll all get together at the Sizzler, and we'll have a fucking Sizzler for over-the-top content on Drunken Peasants.
Where's the
Do
closest
it for the fucking
one?
Patreon. If there's one near Matt. I think the closest one's near Matt, if it's still there.
I think there's one in Tequila.
That one went out during COVID.
Oh, did
that was
it?
the one that was near the mall, the South Center Mall.
Oh,
Nardwar. Nardwar is not only a Canadian treasure, Nardwar is a treasure to music in general.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of his interviews. He did one of Kurt Cobain's last interviews.
Yeah, there's a little piece on that that's very impressive to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he lives in Vancouver.
You know what was wild about Sizzler? Their chicken wings. Because you get the salad bar and you're like, it's a salad bar. But then you find out there's a little stash of chicken wings in the salad bar. Oh,
yeah.
Sizzler.
Yeah. I've only eaten there once ever, and I don't really.
Really?
Yeah. I ate there one time. I ate at Sizzler one time when I lived in Albuquerque. There was one, and I was like, what the hell? I'll go here. Yeah.
Sizzler was the man.
I recorded this whole thing.
Sizzler was the man.
I'll leave. You don't. Did I threaten anybody? No, I didn't. I left the second time you told me to. I left. So you don't threaten me. And I do go to the churches, and I've been to all the churches today, and they are going to see this video of you saying that you're a
I've been to all the churches today. I've been to all the churches.
I'll go to the police station right now. Oh look, see guys, I told you girls. I told you. This is one of these guys told me to kill myself. By the way, on the phone, recorded. And by the way, your last preacher that lived next door to me, I got him shut down because he was touching kids.
Oh my God.
And it's not a joke.
Whoa.
Man. Look at this. I came here to help you guys out. I act like this. I came here to look for shoes, and you guys didn't even let me. You guys kicked me out because you guys are racist or something. You guys are mad that I have money. My parents are millionaires, $1 million house. You guys got to work all day.
Anybody in chat right now that says... Anybody right now talking about Sizzler in the chat and saying the steak is okay? Yes, we know.
It's Sizzler.
It's Sizzler.
Yeah.
The whole point of Sizzler is it's fucking white trash Sunday. You're like, if you had a good week in your white trash family, you were going to the Sizzler. But here's the get up. White trash isn't just for white people. Last few times I went to Sizzler, we were highly outnumbered. The whites were the minority. And you know what? The steak tastes better when we're the minority in the Sizzler. Come one, come all to the Sizzler.
We used to go to like Old Country Buffet all the time.
Yeah, those slowly closed down. I was an Old Country Buffet boy.
Golden
one
Corral.
time Golden Corral. They weren't as plentiful around here. We had one before COVID out in Marysville. But the one time I got so high in school, my grandma had to come pick me up during school, and she was like, "You don't look too good." And I'm like, "No." She's like, "Do you want to go to the Old Country Buffet?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I just
Old
sat
people
down.
loved Country Buffet. Old Country Buffet.
I just sat down with a giant plate of mac and cheese. I was so fucking high. She was like, "I took you." She like 20 years later, she was like, "I came and picked you up from school and took you to Old Country Buffet, and I saw you had a whole plate of mac and cheese, and I was like, what's wrong with my grandson?" And I was like, "Grandma, I was high. You picked me up because I was too high. You didn't know that at the time. I was high out of my fucking mind."
We went to a Las Vegas buffet when you were high, and you ate a bunch of food too, but you hardly talked at all. You just ate a bunch of food.
I couldn't talk, and you were talking about wrestling and stuff, and I was like, yeah, no.
Billions not down bad.
I like it.
Billions up good.
I'm up good. Thank you, Justin Buckner.
Justin Buckner. I believe Justin Buckner is the associate producer for this month.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Godfather's Pizza was really good back in the day.
Yeah.
If you ever had any of the pizza chain buffets, whether it was like Pizza Hut if they had a buffet, or Godfather's.
I definitely had the Pizza Hut buffet. They'd have like pepperoni, and then they'd have it in thin crust and pan, and then they'd have like a dessert pizza. It was pretty sweet, and like the breadsticks, the little breadsticks, and you know, like there would be like a breadstick bin.
And teach Cobes how to use a can opener.
It's quite a trip.
Yeah. Where can I stand? That's the guy who said he was reptilian. I told you, ladies.
The guy said he's reptilian.
I came here, and this is what happens.
The guy
They say
does
they're
look reptilian.
I told you, ladies.
Ladies? I don't know what he's talking about. Anyway.
Is he broadcasting to ladies? Oh my God. And Godfather's was great because their pizzas were like, by law, they had to be 5 pounds of cheese. They were just fucking stupid. Gigantic pizzas covered in cheese and toppings. It was an asshole giant pizza. My dad would get a Godfather's pizza and we'd eat on that shit for like 2-3 days.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't eaten I don't think I've eaten Godfather since the 80s. I think all the Godfathers in Toledo went out of business in the late 80s or whatever.
I was born in the 80s, but I was poor, so all the decor was from the 70s. And by the time I hit the 90s, I was a teenager, and my whole mind was stuck in the 2000s. When we got to the 2000s, everything started to suck. Everything started to go downhill. Ever since that tech boom, ever since that Twin Tower boom, shit just went downhill.
Downhill fast. Shit. Everyone like the stream if you haven't already. We're racing towards the finish line here. We're really close. If anyone wants to hit up one last tip train, that would be really great. And what else do we have? I think we have... I don't know if I want to play that.
If it's porn, I would suggest not to play it.
I love this. We've played this before, but I love it, and it's been a little while. When Brett Keane was live streaming Elder Scrolls Online and the trolls got into his voice chat. It's really good.
Is this Elder Scrolls 5?
I'm not sure which one it is. It's Elder Scrolls Online, I believe.
Are you celebrating the fact that Elder Scrolls came out 11 years ago?
No.
12 years ago today?
I'm not. I had no idea.
11/11/11.
Whoa, turn that shit off, you idiot. Hey, moron. Fucking retard, turn it off.
So you've played this before and you're playing it again because of the ear rape?
How do I get these idiots out of my group? Hey, moron, turn it off, you fucking retard. Fucking loser. Turn your fucking audio off, you stupid bitch. Damn, learn how to use your shit, you fucking dumblet. Hey, idiot, can you fucking hear me when I'm talking to you?
Fucking
Hello,
loser.
you brain dead fucking mutton head. Can you hear me? I'm talking to you. Turn your fucking audio off.
Off!
Alright, cocksucker. Hey, stupid. Do you realize that you were in my fucking party yapping? What the fuck are you doing over there, Dumbo? Fucking asshole. Up. Why is this asshole swinging a fucking sword at me like that? The fuck away from me before I step on your face. Ass eyes.
Ass eyes? Ass eyes. I've never heard.
Eyes.
Yeah.
Fucking loser.
Ass eyes.
Swinging a sword at me like that for. Hey, dummy. Can you hear me? I'm fucking trying to play a game here. Hop out of my party. Wow, this fucking... Look at this fucking idiot standing in front of me. Is this one of these fucking retards out there? You just fucking running around swinging a sword at me like that? I can't believe how fucking stupid people are. Look at this fucking loser.
Loser.
What a fucking loser.
Loser.
I think I got rid of that fucking loser. Asshole. 80% are idiots, says Shadowstalker. It's true. It's true. Oh, fuck. Oh, somebody got fucking...
Here's $12 to celebrate 11/11.
11/11.
Asshole space girl. You asshole. You should have sent $11 to celebrate 11/11.
Christ.
Not 12.
Damn. Now it's your turn. He's just standing there. I think he's glitched. Somebody's gonna pay for the blood on my lip. Chief, balls in your mouth. I seriously need to figure out how to stop people from fucking around in my party like that. I thought I was gonna have to put up with that shit all fucking day. Atheist69, don't make me come over there and make love to your mother while you watch. End up making you a little brother or sister.
Oh my God.
You can behave yourselves. Fucking nutcases. Oh damn, my inventory's all fucking filled up. How is that possible? Oh man. Fuck. That stupid bitch fucking brought a bunch of assholes up on us. Did you see that? That
Brought a bunch of assholes
killed.
on us.
It didn't work though, did it? When you gonna do more DAI, Dragon Age Inquisition? What, you guys don't like Elder Scrolls Online? This is a sick ass game. Are you guys able to hear the sound effects and all that shit? Where the fuck is it?
Where the fuck is it?
Box of rocks. I'm busy playing a video game. What the hell I'm gonna go in there for? What in the fuck? Oh fuck, I gotta be level 5. Alright, let's go out and kill some more shit after I deconstruct a few more items. Some worm situation. Do some fishing. See if we can catch fish. Oh, wet gunny sack. What the fuck? Atheist69, if my voice bothers you, you can always stick your head up your ass and use your butt cheeks for earmuffs and then suffocate on your own fumes. Long fin situation.
Suffocate on your own
Ooh,
fumes.
that motherfucker's fighting a polar bear over there. Yes. Yeah, he does look like a fucking catfish, doesn't he? It's rough. That dude's so ugly he couldn't get laid.
Oh, he's talking about Pimp Monk.
In the fucking morgue if the corpses were nailed down.
Rude.
Oh, jeez. Come on, lady, you talk too much. I got shit to do. Time is money. Alright, let's go in and save some assholes. Pape him, Brett? What the fuck? Gotta use the hook shot and iron boots. That's fucking Zelda, snap ahead. Sounds to me like you're fucking saying some weird shit. He's throwing snowballs at me, that motherfucker. What are you watching, some fisting shit on the DP, or
what?
Watching that fucking catfish head bowl his own face? Die, motherfucker, die! Oh, this so feels like Mario. Dun 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 dun. Looks like the.
Oh, the best part is at the beginning. Anyway. We've got...
I got this email on October the 25th from Brent Spiner. Dearest Gail, there are some disturbing developments regarding our next-door neighbor, the one who has been smoking inside the apartment and billowing his smoke into our unit. It pains me to see you suffer from our neighbor's nasty-smelling toxic fumes, even after you sealed off our side with plastic bags. Apparently, he has no intention to stop smoking indoors and contaminating the other units. So earlier today, I decided to do some deeper investigation.
Deep dive.
Inside
You're
my
done for, Boogie. Gail's deep diving.
Yep.
Gale suit, I walked out into the hallway, following the trail of smoke to the offending neighbor's unit. A tiny computerized alarm sounded as my Android vision detected the
So Brent Spiner has Android vision in real life. That's not just a Star Trek thing, apparently.
Yeah, of course. Gale lives on a ship, or he lives on a ship of Gale and can't come to Earth because the Jesuits are coming to get him too.
Presence of a bed bug crawling across the carpet just outside the crack of the neighbor's door. I zoomed in on the bed bug, my Android vision locked on target, and studied the creature. Its abdomen was filled with blood, having freshly engorged itself on a meal, like a fat woman at an Olive Garden. Gross.
Like a fat woman at an Olive Garden.
Eyes glowed
Gross.
red,
Not
and
like
I
a fucking fat woman at a Sizzler. Hot.
fired a laser
It's
beam
called Sizzler for a reason.
at the insect, vaporizing it to a crisp. Being that I am the United States President, I knew I didn't need a warrant to enter the apartment, Besides, I was invisible anyway. Nobody had to know. I activated my suit's advanced technology to unlock the door using a subtle magnetic frequency and stepped inside. I was immediately greeted by a dense, noxious fog of cigarettes.
So I'm at the Sizzler website, and according to their website, there's no Sizzlers in Washington State anymore.
What the fuck?
There's some south of Portland, like in Salem, Corvallis, Eugene area.
God damn it! We have to go to Jeff Holiday to go to Sizzler.
Apparently, there are no Sizzlers in the western U.S. or in the eastern U.S. According to this map, anyway.
What the shit? What in the shit? We have to round up Matt Jarbo and drive down to Jeff Holiday just to eat a fucking half decent steak. What the shit?
There's a ton in Southern California and Northern California. Looks like the one in Albuquerque doesn't exist anymore, too. The only one in New Mexico is in Gallup, which is a...
Gallup?
Gallup is a rough town. Gallup is one of the highest crime towns out there. Yeah. Interesting.
You can do it in a trot. You can do it in a Gallup.
You know what's weird, though? They have some in Puerto Rico.
Sizzler in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, it looks like a bunch of
Hell
them.
yeah, dude. The Puerto Ricans know how to live.
And those are the only, like, those are the only Eastern ones, you know? Because, like, the Eastern U.S. has none.
Yeah, fuck the Eastern U.S. You get your Cracker Barrels, your Waffle Houses.
Yep.
We get our Sizzler.
There used to be a Cracker Barrel in Oregon, in the Portland area, but I think it shut down.
I went to a Cracker Barrel when I was in Las Vegas. The time I was supposed to be meeting up with Boogie2988, but canceled.
I kind of miss Bob Evans. I haven't eaten at Bob Evans in a very long time. They sell some
like kind of like a Denny's or something.
No, it's a little more like the food is better than Denny's, but it is like a diner. They sell their stuff in the grocery stores, but you know they don't have everything.
So it is a little like a Denny's then.
It's better than Denny's. You know, like IHOP is kind of like Denny's, you know, but I would say this is it. I don't know if the food, it's like higher quality food, I would say, but yeah,
looks a little like a Denny's. We should open up a Denny's menu and compare it to this menu.
Okay. Yeah, it's similar food for sure.
Yeah.
It's like
family meals. Do they sell like fucking to go family meals?
Yeah.
Dude, do you think we can get one airlifted over here?
I don't think so.
Does someone in fucking does someone in range of a Bob Evans want to pack up an entire Bob Evans family meal, fly to Seattle with it in their carry-on, and have a Bob Evans dinner with us?
The guy.
Ben.
What?
What if we do a DP Friendsgiving and we have everybody who has something unique to their region, like Bob Evans or Crystals or fucking Whataburger or all that bullshit.
Yeah.
And they all come, they all fly in for a DP fucking pan luck. Come to the pan luck, guys. We're going to have a pan luck. Fly in with your regionally exclusive bullshit. We'll meet up at an Airbnb and just eat all your shit. You had to fly in, carry on and fly in. So good.
Bob
What a good
Evans
idea.
biscuits and gravy with home fries is the best dish ever. That's what Roger Wilco said.
Interesting.
I'll go to QFC and I'll see that they sell Bob Evans products, which is crazy, but there's not one Bob Evans restaurant anywhere near here.
Yeah, that's I remember seeing them when I was in St. Louis, I think, Ohio.
Yeah, it's headquartered in southern Ohio. yeah, there's an actual Bob Evans farm in southern Ohio.
Bob Evans. Yum.
Yeah. I'm trying to find where the closest Bob Evans actually is.
Honest Reds, there's a Bob Evans near me. Honest Red, you want to hop on a plane with a Bob Evans family pack? When you get here, I'll bring Dick's cheeseburgers and fries, and Ben will bring Ezel's chicken.
Yeah.
We'll have a pan luck.
Damn it. They won't just they want to know my zip code instead of just showing me a list of their locations or a map. It's just, they're type in your zip code. And if I do that, it's
why are they trying to dox you, Ben?
I don't know. They're gross. They're disgusting.
Are they going to tell everybody how tall you are next?
Don't dox me, bro. Yeah, a lot of their ingredients comes from their own farm. They have their own farm where they grow all the stuff.
You know what I've been getting recommended, and it sucks because I think it's out near our boy Magicus, and I think neither me nor Magicus can even go there. But there's a crazy big Amish buffet out in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
It looks fucking psychotic. It holds 2,200 people, and it's got a gigantic buffet of all types of shit. The Amish just kicking ass with this giant buffet. It's called Shady Maples Amish Buffet.
There's Amish buffets in Ohio. I just looked it up. Also,
are they comparable to Shady Maples?
I have no idea.
I should do I should do a death tour where I just hit up all the badass buffets,
and then you die at the end.
I mean, I either die or I truly live.
Here's one. This is Mrs. Yoder's kitchen.
Wait. Hold up, Ben. That right there. Is that Yoder?
Yoder? There's a bunch of them. I had no idea. I've never looked.
The thing right there is fried chicken next to the mac and cheese. That's fried chicken. But up there, up at the top there, is that Yoder?
Yeah, it's Mrs. Yoder. I had no idea there were this many. There's a lot of them.
I like that plate with the fucking broccoli and tomato slices on it.
Yeah.
I could have tomato slices, guys. I could go to these buffets and eat all the broccoli and tomato slices. The fuck?
Looks like they have salmon, charred grilled salmon and carrots, and I don't know what that.
I bet you everything is covered in salt, though.
Yeah.
Fuck it, guys. Here's the thing, guys. If I live, I'm a superhero. What if I become a superhero and this is my trigger? What if this is me getting bit by a spider, guys? Come on. What if I become an Amish superhero called Yoder Man?
Yoder Man.
Yoder Man. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been live for 4 hours.
We're so close, too.
Ben is actually sick from a party night last night. He's struggling tonight to keep you entertained. Somebody could throw $29.34 into the goal and let Ben dream a little dream. Let young Bill Fridge drive to the Amish paradise and die trying. Come on, guys. But I wouldn't just stop. I wouldn't just stop at Shady Maples Amish Buffet. After I left there, I would drive. The next day, I would go to the Nordic Lodge Buffet in Rhode Island. And I would continue looking for buffets. I would drive through Brooklyn, and I would go into New York City, and I would go to the fucking, I'd go get a stupid idiot sandwich the Aki way. You ever watch General Ock with his sandwich?
General Ock? I don't know who
General
that is.
Ock. He makes these sandwiches in his little like bodega style shop. And he makes these like dumb, stupid sandwiches with Pop-Tarts as the bread.
Oh, God.
He'll grill up all types of dumb shit. And it always looks so ridiculous. That would be on my final tour. I would just go drive around everywhere, dying slowly. My last leg of the tour, I'd barely be able to crawl. I'd just have all my most beloveds there in front of me as I crawled inch by inch, and they would just feed me my last little morsels before my eyes blacked out and I shuffled loose the mortal coil.
There you go.
Ben is Amish Native American Jew. Is that true, Ben?
No.
Why is Hank Chill lying on your name?
I'm definitely not Amish. There's a lot of Amish people in Ohio, though. There's been times where I was driving on a road, like out in the country, and I had to dodge a man driving a horse-drawn carriage on the side of the road.
You ever drive by one of those Amish like stops where they're selling stuff?
Yeah, furniture mostly. Like a lot. It's really popular to have Amish-made furniture.
I was watching this guy's thing where he went to the Amish fucking buffet, and as he was driving, he was stopping at all of these honor system Amish shops, and it's like you could get like root beer or milk or like strawberries or other shit, and all these different shops, they just had a little box with money. You put the money in the box, and it's like nobody's there working. They're just it's just complete honor system. And then there is even one he went to, and they had like a jar full of change. If you needed change from what you bought, it's just like, yeah, it's honor system. It's fine. I thought how people who steal Halloween candy probably never drive out that way.
Yeah. Yeah, there's lots of like in the Amish come into this. I used to work at a zoo, and the Amish would come into town and go to the zoo for some reason. That was something they all really liked, and I guess they were allowed to with the rules of their religion. So like a big like busload of Amish people would come to the zoo, and you'd see them like almost every day. You'd see Amish people at the zoo.
They're just zooing around.
Yeah.
Today I was thinking Joe and I should remake My Dinner with Andre.
I'm not sure what that is.
Classic film. Actually a Trauma film. It was released by Trauma early on. It's Wallace Shawn, and he goes out to dinner with his friend Andre, and they sit down basically the entire movie. Tip Train!
We're almost there.
34 cents away from the goal. Basically the entire movie is him having a dinner with his friend Andre. And I just thought how Joe and I could remake that for a very low budget. Very low budget.
You know what I was just thinking about? The last time I went to Fogo de Chao, they had this cheese that they grilled to make it like kind of, oh man, it was so good. And
it's halloumi.
They put honey on it. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's halloumi with honey.
Yeah, so
very good. Very good. I think if Joe and I remade My Dinner with Andre, it would be My Dinner with Harambe, and I would play Harambe, the gorilla that was murdered in 2016. Yeah, that cheese is bombs. They don't always have it, though. They don't always fucking have it.
They had it the last time I was there. I was there with Scott and Kelly and Drew, and we all ate there before we went to Bumbershoot. And we kept asking them to bring more cheese back because we were smashing on that shit. It was so good.
The last time I went, they did not have it, and it pissed me the fuck off.
It was really good.
The whole family was like, "Can we get some of that cheese?" And they were like, "No, bitch."
Like is like perfectly crispy on the outside, and it's like it's just perfect, amazing.
You should get some halloumi and try and grill your own and see how it comes out. I know you like to cook. This shit's bomb.
How do you spell it?
HOULUMI, I think.
UME.
I might have missed.
HOULME.
Yeah, if you just type in that with cheese, they'll autocorrect it for you.
Oh, it's HALLOUMI.
Okay, yeah, I knew I wasn't going to spell that right. Milkman says, do you mean trauma film? Yeah, I meant trauma film, you psycho.
Trauma or trauma?
Obviously, it's trauma. I pronounce it trauma. Fuck.
Weird. Yeah, I didn't know what you were
Fucking
talking about. I was
madman.
like, trauma.
Who the fuck is gonna not know trauma?
I don't know. It just was weird. I didn't know what you were talking about. I just met the creator of Trauma last month. He was just randomly walking down the street. I mean, he was there for the con, but I just saw him like walking down the street, not at the con.
When I was with Boogie at VidCon one year, we randomly ran into the creator of, well, not the creator, the head designer of Magic the Gathering. He used to write for Roseanne. And me and Boogie were like basically there because we talked about Magic the Gathering early on and became little buds and shit. And we meet the fucking lead designer of Magic the Gathering. And we had our little moment with him. It was so cute.
Cool.
So cute.
Doesn't Wizards of the Coast have their HQ down in Renton or something?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just moved the building this year, but the old building was right where basically where I-405 and 167th to Auburn meets.
Yeah.
I think they moved near the area. They just moved to a different place.
That's so
My
crazy.
very low IQ dinner on Garbage Island with JF. Good movie.
All right. We're so close. We're so close, guys.
Yeah, literally $18. The age of every YouTuber's girlfriend would get us there right now.
What, you want to see her ID?
No, I want to see if she's of age. I want to see more than an ID. I want to count the rings on her trunk. I always feel bad for people who fart and then end up shitting their pants. I feel like that's one of the ultimate betrayals. You should always be able to trust your farts. Always. Hell's Only, I like the idea for the film. Have you seen the film Diner? With Mickey Rourke?
No, I have not.
It's a cute movie. The
How
one
old
of the
is
parts
it?
in the movie, I want to say it's like 1980.
Okay.
Around that era. One of the parts of the movie is the guy is like, the entire time he's talking about his wedding and how he's a big Colts fan. Like, I'm such a fucking Colts fan. I'm going to get married and my colors are going to be blue and white. And then at the end, it turns out he was Jewish. It wasn't even because of the Colts. He was having a Jewish wedding. But he was just trying to make his friends think he was cool because he was having a football-themed color wedding. Barry Levinson directed it with Steve Guttenberg. Yeah.
Steve Guttenberg, man. He was on top of the world at one point. Steve Guttenberg.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're fucking a Mason, a top-tier Freemason before the Freemasons got busted.
What?
Steve Guttenberg, man. We do.
Yeah.
At the Shady Maples Amish
Got
Buffet in
over COVID, then
Lancaster,
lost
PA.
my job, but still got my sweet bois.
Oh, thank you
Aw,
so much.
That's what's up, Tubes. I'm glad you made it through COVID and appreciate the 11/11 on 11/11.
We're
Shout out to all
so
the
close
veterans,
now.
fat or military.
So friggin' close.
But the Shady Maples Buffet in Lancaster, Pennsylvania has something called hot bacon dressing. It's next to the salad bar.
It's salad dressing?
Yeah, but it looks like hot bacon cheese soup.
Interesting.
But they're just like, it's hot bacon dressing. Put it on your salad, baby. Have a little hot bacon cheese soup on your salad, baby. I'm like, I like the way the Amish roll. Good job. They have like ham balls, like meatballs made out of ham.
Ham balls.
I'm like, what's up, Amish? You really fucking around with a real one over here.
Ham balls.
Hank Chill says, be careful with steakums. Why are you talking down on steakums? Who doesn't like thinly sliced box steak strips? What the hell is wrong with them, Hank Chill? Explain now. Don't just give me a fucking warning without reason. Gutenberg of the printing press? A lot of people think Steve Gutenberg of the printing press is related. Steve Gutenberg is related to Gutenberg of the printing press, but their only relation is that they were bought and paid for by the Freemasons. Everybody talking bad on steakums right now. You're speaking out of pocket.
I'm not steakums. What are steakums?
If you go to the frozen food aisle.
Money talks.
Oh shit!
There it is.
You understand the gold that's coming out of my mouth? Gold.
Gold.
Let's go, Drunken. Cheers, brother. Thank you for hitting that goal with us. We're now at 100.10% of the goal.
Yes. Yes.
That means every second from now on is just because we love you. How many seconds do we love them, Ben?
I mean, we could do, we're giving them seconds. What can I say?
You guys, these are love seconds. Roger Wilco says steakums are garbage food in the frozen food section. Yeah, well, they're not garbage food. They're very thinly sliced steak strips they sell in the frozen food section. And people just buy them and they cook them up to make steak sandwiches with. But they're like maybe they're garbage food. When I say they're not garbage food, if you look at them, they're basically just frozen thin-ass cuts of steak.
Sweet boys.
Thank you so much.
Sweet boys. That's what's up, tubes.
That is most definitely what's up, tubes.
Like everything in the frozen food section is probably akin to garbage. But as far as garbage in the food section goes, steakums have a relatively low number of bullshit in them. But yeah, they're just boxed thin steak slices to be cooked. Roger Wilco says, just kidding, I love you, Billy. Roger Wilco, don't feel like you have to trauma bond with me in this. I'm not going to disown you because of your opinion on steakums.
Trauma bond.
Because I don't even care that much about steakums, dude. Roger, don't worry, we're safe. You can leave the house anytime. You can get out of the bathtub. You don't have to ride me, okay? It's okay. I love you. My dinner was steakums. Not a good movie. I wish steakums was the pet name that my woman gave me. And she was like, ooh, steakums. Come here, steakums. Eat my butt, steakums. Yeah.
It's like snookums.
Yeah. My steakums. Eat my butt, steakums. I'm like,
steakums.
Pookie-ukums. I'll eat that butt.
Steakums.
Yeah. They're basically just ways for people to make cheesesteaks.
Yeah, I was not familiar. I was not familiar with that.
Yeah, they're pretty basic. They come in a little box, oftentimes not too far away from that stupid box of pretzels, the frozen food aisle.
Okay. I think I know what you're talking about.
That stupid, have a pretzel, have a steakums.
Have a steakums.
Then it starts to get more profound because like it's a bunch of competing frozen items. But these are the ones that have like zero competition. There's not really two people in the pretzel and or sliced steak game. Sugar F says you can make ghetto bulgogi. Or aren't you just a
ghetto bulgogi?
Aren't you just an ambitionist?
With steakums? Is that it?
Yeah.
Ghetto bulgogi.
At the ghetto bulgogi, we bought a box of steakums and some Korean barbecue.
All this food talk is making me wish it wasn't a fasting day, but it is.
Yeah, me, I just ate like 2 pounds of fucking grapes. I literally ate like 2 pounds of grapes. I'm full.
Grapes are delicious. I wish I could eat some grapes. Grapes are fucking delicious.
My man, I literally ate 2 pounds while we were streaming. I think you were watching Sturgis. I just powered through grapes.
Yeah.
Hey, out to the north.
Those cotton candy grapes are insane. The ones that taste like cotton candy. It's so weird.
Yeah. They're all right. I don't know if I prefer them to just regular, everyday person of grapes. It's a lot of flavor for a person of grape.
I like red and green grapes, and then there's like super dark colored, almost black colored grapes. I like those too. Those are great.
I had some from Costco that were called Candy Hearts. They were akin to the cotton candy ones. They're from the same creator. They make all these fucking bio flavors, and then they own the rights to them.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, if you want these flavors, you got to buy them from us. We're a subsection of Monsanto. We own the future.
Well, Marion berries were genetically created at the University of Oregon. It's interesting.
Interesting. And then they just got wild and fucked everything up.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened.
Because they're like everywhere now, right?
I don't know.
They're not. They're just blackberries, right? Marion berries, aren't they the same thing as blackberries?
Let's see. There's like a. It says that it's a cultivar of blackberry released in 1956, with Oregon State University. Cross between these two types of blackberry varieties.
That's a lot of sweetness for a berry of color.
I noticed that there's a lot more Marionberry flavored stuff out here than I'd had seen other places. It's like a regional thing.
I grew up calling them blackberries.
I mean, the stuff growing in the yards here, I think those are blackberries. Are those?
Yeah, they probably are, but this is a cultivar of blackberries.
Yes, it is.
So, Ben, tell me your opinions on lingonberries.
I don't know what those are.
You never go to IKEA and get the lingonberry cobbler?
No, I've only been to IKEA a couple times in my life, and I just bought cheap furniture, you know?
Bambi.
I think we're going to wrap it up. Thanks, everyone, for making this yet another successful Saturday bonus show. We will be back coming up here on Tuesday.
Good night.
Yes, have a wonderful night. Bye now.
In the beginning, there was nothing, and then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
Drunken Peasants, Drunken Peasants, Drunken Peasants, Drunken Peasants. From the strangest corners of the internet, gonna get TP'd by Billy and Ben. You know where you can find them at. Get ready, cause they're gonna kick your... Drunken Peasants, Drunken Peasants, Drunken Peasants, Drunken Peasants.